and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, you know what to do, guys. Hit the subscribe button. I've realized most of you that watch my YouTube videos are not subscribed to my channel. Hit that red thing you see here and join the family. I'm currently here at the Marbles Mini Golf Club, and what happens here is you can come and play mini golf course with your friends, family. They also have a restaurant, and so I'm coming along with you. I'm coming to meet a friend who is called Marcos. He's also a YouTuber. I'll introduce him to you soon, and so let's go kick his ass, because the loser pays the bill. Let's go.
So this is Marvel's Mini Golf and Restaurant. The weak one is normally behind it. The thumbs just need to be on a straight line towards where the head comes out.
Okay.
So you're trying to swing your whole arm like this.
Into the hole here.
Yeah. So you're going slowly, and then you just release. So the ground, they just go slowly, and you tap gently. That's good.
Yeah, that's so very close. That's two. So how do you count it?
That's 2 strokes. I take 1 shot there.
So you keep counting to the next. Continue or per golf course?
You'll be given a scorecard where you write the score of every hole.
Oh, okay.
So you take 2 shots here. You write 2.
Okay. I'm kicking your ass today. So guys, let me know in the comment section who you think is winning. Who do you think is winning? Me or him?
Since he's experienced, I think I'll give it to him.
You give it to him because he's experienced. Is it because he's masculine?
No, it's not about that, because this guy has done this before. So
look at the way he's feeling, like he's so happy and excited.
This guy has done this before, so.
Guys, let me know in the comment section who you think is winning, because I'm kicking his ass today. And the winner pays for the bill. Deal.
Winner
okay.
pays for it.
Anyway, it's 20 cedis per person, including kids.
Yeah.
So 3. I think I'm leading.
Yeah,
so,
you're leading now.
You know, I'm smiling because I'm leading. I'm leading Marcos.
So far, so good.
You're 10. So far, what? Let's go. Ah, look, it's coming back. So this is 1. Yeah. I think you need to hit it harder. Oh, so sorry. What's our ball? Let the real pros teach you. So when it goes out, what happens? +1. So +1. So you have 3. Okay, and then you can put it anywhere, right? Or you have to start. Okay, sure. So because it went out, he has to start here. Yeah. Okay, so he's very close. No, don't touch it.
Go and get the ball. Go to the other side.
Go to that. Then you give you another ball.
So that was 4.
Yeah.
So that's 5.
One ball. Guys, you see, this shows that he's losing. Yay, 6.
Uh-oh. Went out. So 2. Yeah.
If he enters, it's a miracle.
3, 4. And I had in 6.
And I had 4, so
Wow.
I'm leading. I'm
You're
still leading. Like, this is the second time leading. Marcus, your fans will be so disappointed. Like, please better take the right score.
Yeah, I'm taking. How many? 3, right?
Yeah.
Or
No,
four.
4. And you were like 6. Yeah.
Everything is on point.
Everything nice. One of the most difficult holes because it slopes up. And let's see how he does. Oh, you're doing well. Three, 4. That's good. You beat me on this, and you had 7 chances, and you still missed everything. This is the face of shame. Guys, you can tell from the way I'm sweating that I'm doing an absolute good job. So we are currently on hole 7. This is hole 7, rite of passage. Each hole has an inscription. So we are currently here at the row 7. So let's see how it goes. This time around you are starting. So yeah, you are starting. So let's see how it goes. You have to record the previous one.
This is a
Hole in one. Okay. Let's see how it goes. I'm definitely sure you are paying for this. Okay, that's 1. Two. 3, 4. Yay! Okay, so my turn. On 10, it says easy go, easy come, easy go. Let's go.
Easy go.
Easy come, easy go.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
Uh-oh. Oh
my God! Guys, come and see this. 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 I got there. Just with one stroke. My God, we got that. I was so excited. That was a good one. Like, that's like the first time of hitting the ball and it enters straight. It's fun. There is also a stream, so imagine if your ball falls here, you have to start all over again. The hole, let's see how it goes. You are very close. 3 at 14, which is called the Rocky Road, and I mean the names explain it for itself. This is it's like a path with a lot of blocks. I think that explains why it's called that. Oh wow, Marcus just dipped his ball into the water. I thought you said you've been here before. So what happened? There was no water here.
Yeah, there wasn't water.
Oh, okay, now you have to pick it. I don't know how you're going to do, but it means you are going to get your club wet. So sorry for you. So if you are from Team Marcus, let me know in the comment section. Yeah. If you are from Team Stella, I mean, this is a perfect place for your friends, for your family, for your loved ones. You can come here and play. It's very exciting. You don't have to know how to play golf to be able to play this. It's very easy. You can just learn it. It's just like hitting balls, and I think it's exciting. You don't have to be bored in Accra. I always encourage people to try and leave their homes, and so this is one activity you can do. It's 20 cedis per person, and so for 2 people it's 40 cedis. You can come here, spend some good time, and they also have a restaurant, and so you can come and eat. And it's not a sponsored ad, but yeah, you know I always come along with a good plug. And so yeah, and if you're also here, head to Marcus channel. Come around, Marcus. Head to Marcus channel. What do you do on your channel?
Oh, travel stuff, travel videos, and you know, just subscribe to my channel and see what I have. Or you can just visit my channel if you like what you see, then just subscribe.
Oh, so far it's been exciting. Oh, look at this little girl. She's playing. How are you? You're fine. Jump harder. Higher. 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 Woo! We just ended the greener side, which is 17. We are currently going to the 18th. And the 19th is the last, right? 18th is the last. So we are currently ending the last 18th hole. Let's see how it goes. Who are you rooting for?
Total.
Are you? I know, right? It's called T total.
Yeah.
So who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for yourself or for me?
Oh, for myself.
Yeah.
I'm winning.
Okay, guys, let me know in the comment section who is winning so far. This is going to be the last one, and it looks difficult because you are going to be. This is an obstacle here before ending here. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, as you can see, there are other people playing. Are you going again? Oh, okay. Who won the first one? You did. Yay! Toppy for you. It's so exciting. I mean, there are a lot of couples, a lot of friends ahead here playing, and so far so good. Very tricky. Last.
So wait, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling
About
super
to play.
excited. In fact, let me just wipe my face because I know I'm going to do justice to him. As I said earlier on, I'm going to kick his ass, and so this is the last exit to kick his ass. But this one is very tricky. Let me show you. So there are 3 holes here. 1, 2, 3, and that's the only way you can cross to the next section. And so let's see how it goes. I mean, I think that's why it's called T total. Yeah, because it's the most difficult. Oh. Okay,
1. About to play. 6.
I give up. I give up. I give it to. But I mean, I did well in the other.
The first ones.
Yeah, this is very terrible. I ended so bad.
Yeah.
That's
But
what
we'll
it
see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll calculate and we'll let you know the scores.
Yes, who wins?
Yeah.
The other couple that started before us, and they are going again. So it means that once you pay 20 cedis, you can play as many times as possible till you are tired. I mean, till you leave the place. I think it's very cool. It's cool for 20 cedis. It means if you come here early enough in the morning, you can play like 3 or 4 times, and that's a good activity for a day. Today is a Sunday, and I think it's a nice way to spend your Sunday after church. So guys, I don't know if it's for kids. I don't know if it's for kids or for adults, but I mean, this is celebration. Cheers. So before we check who wins, cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys. I'm so excited. He took the record, so he's smiling because he knows who won, but I don't. Charlie, open it. Let me see who has won. Okay. So per the scoreboard, Marcus got 74 and Stella got 77. And remember, the guy already said the one with the highest score loses, and so this is the face of shame. Cheers.
And she's paying the bills.
And I'm paying the bills. That's the most. I know. That is the sad part. So the deal was the losers pay, and so I have to pay for our bill. So you're watching me pay.
Oh.
Like,
Losers pay, that was the deal.
Tell him to change his mind. Eh?
Losers pay.
That's the deal.
It's a fair deal.
Guys, I don't know. I want to cry.
I'm making you
I want to cry. So this brings us to the end of this video. We had a good time. Thanks to Marcos. We had an amazing time, even though he won and he made me pay. I'm so sad. I'm so sad I paid. The thing has paid me.
It was a deal. A deal is a deal.
A deal is a deal, yeah.
Deal is a deal.
But I mean, it's one of the exciting things you can do when you are around. And the good part is, it's in a prime area in Jowulu. I pass here every day to work. But I always, I mean, I've been here to eat before, but I usually don't come here to play. And so today has been my first, and it's a good experience. And so yeah, you know, you guys, I come along with you. Do also subscribe to
my channel.
What's your channel name?
Marcus Pobi.
Marcus Pobi.
Yeah.
What does the Pobi mean?
The Pobi? It's my surname. It's just.
It's a name.
Yeah, it's my name.
Hey, wow, this is like some British name. So guys, until next.
The panties that's your name.
Name, yeah. Until next time on my YouTube channel. I love you all. Thanks for coming along with me. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the amazing messages, text. Hey, did I say text? Comments, shares. I love you all.
Excellency, your one district, one factory policy is a true commitment of your desire to drive the industrialization agenda for the people of Ghana. We are fully committed to this policy, and as you can see, we actually, as a matter of fact, have established more than one factory in this district.
As of today, the government has captured 278 companies under the 1D, 1F initiative. Mr. President, you may kindly recall that over the past 3 years, KEDA has demonstrated that with friendly business environment and appropriate incentives, homegrown companies can compete in the global market. The company is currently exporting its products to most West African countries and is seeking to enter other continents in the world.
I'm really very excited and very happy to be here this afternoon, because right under our eyes we're witnessing a great success story of people who took advantage of the one district, one factory policy to establish one of the most important manufacturing facilities, not just in Ghana, but today in the entire West African region. And as part of the one district, one factory policy, Kedar Ceramics has been supported to expand their business. The phase 3 of the project, which started in September 2019, was completed in June 2021. And now we are beginning the sword cutting for phase 4 of this project. Already, this enterprise has generated some 5,000 jobs in this catchment area. The industrial development of our country can best be served by companies like Kedar Ceramics Limited. And now that today the African Continental Free Trade Area is in operation, whose secretariat we are privileged to host in Accra, I have no doubt that Kedar Ceramics Factory Limited is going to spread its tentacles to the entire African continent.
The COVID, some have one or two shots. Most of the people around here in the rural areas have not gotten any of the shots. Some people are worried that they haven't gotten any, and it could be something else. We are thankful again, but I have to say this. I know you're not a spring chicken, but you keep up with this, traveling all over the places. I don't know. Maybe there's some secret. And so eventually I like to find that out. So I can also say.
The secret of the president's health. Adam. Nyakupona obwami. Na misleso onkosumwami sa. The vaccines and the lack of the vaccines in the rural areas. If you look at the profile of the COVID-19 pandemic in our country, there's absolutely no doubt that the areas most seriously affected are the urban agglomerations in our country. The hotspots have been from the very beginning and continue to be up today, Greater Accra and Greater Kumasi. Yes, there are few incidents in Western region, in Brno, in Eastern region, in Volta region, but the overwhelming bulk of the cases of infections and the spread of the disease are in the hotspots, in the urban areas of our country. So the decision that has been taken by the task force that I chair, is that in the first consignment of vaccines that we receive, we will concentrate them in these hotspot areas. If we can bring down the rate of infection in the hotspots, it will have an impact on the rate of infection across the country. Unfortunately, the plans that were made for the rollout, the deployment of the vaccines were affected by the worldwide shortage of vaccines that developed very soon after the outbreak of the disease. Those who had money, the rich countries of the world, went and bought all the vaccines and have made it very difficult for those of us in the so-called developed world to have access to them, especially since we did not learn the lesson of Ebola. If we had learned the lesson of Ebola 10 years ago, we would by now be in a position to be having our own vaccine production and sources, and then we would not have been dependent in the way which we have. So it is one of the most important conclusions that has come out of this exercise for me and for my government. We will be now determined to have our own capacity to make vaccines here in Ghana. But what it does mean is that in the meantime, the availability of the vaccines will be deployed and distributed according to the priorities that I have set out. But nevertheless, our target, and now one can begin to see that the shortage is beginning to disappear and more vaccines are becoming available, is to vaccinate 20 million Ghanaians by the end of this year. 20 million Ghanaians effectively will mean that the adult population of Ghana vaccinated. This is not a deliberate policy of somehow or other denying access to vaccines for those in the rural areas. On the contrary, there's a determination to vaccinate the entire population. And the way that now the vaccines are coming, I went to Germany and the German Chancellor promised us 1.5 million AstraZeneca vaccines which are on their way. We are receiving significant donations from the United States of America, both Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson. The British government has also been generous enough to afford us some of the vaccines. We are beginning now to see more and more people. I think something like 4 to 5 million vaccines will be by the end of September within our system and will enable us and reinforce the vaccination of our population. And I'm hopeful, realistically hopeful, I could say, that by the end of the year, the 20 million target will have been attained, and then we will see ourselves, hopefully, at the end of the tunnel of this dreadful disease.
Big erosion problem. So the waves were coming in, and you can see the old building behind. The waves were hitting the town. Since we made the breakwater, the bay is calm. The bay is calm, and so it's easy for berthing, it's easy for the new fishing port. So all this is a key. So we will finish next year with all the structures. The buildings, as I mentioned, will start in 2 weeks, and it will take maybe 7-8 months to complete.
Ahemfo tie gina ha yasam ne se nana oye de pa se ne ye kwani ya o maboyala pa gbagbo acheri enne nana adodankwa Akufo-Addo obeye amaye na se hu pewe na se ho se o ti ase de a koshepo
na wonya wonim ebra ya bra e wo road yi ho aroba woda hye yewura mreku duka yare kade ebe nya bi musi antumi enye mana nado beka bia wo so antumi onye in the any baby attacker rodia. Any baby attacker rodia. Into skin pain for no. Skin pain for no. Skin pain for no. In the when you are to Anamebwa. Nanado de Oka Oye.
And I want to assure you that His Excellency the President has ensured that the contract sum is available. And once this project commences after the sword cutting today by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, it will never stop until it sees its completion.
They say and they ura amakwata hami nsianada na eneme fo adamfo some grofo say fo adamfo na mapa befie me fo adamfo abanhye shemu wo ye kwan kwan afi prisa huni bale municipal assembly abefa bepo akofa de rampon akosi sikuma da sikuma akosi twufu praso akosi Cape Coast and be free traffic on the Takwari Highway. It's an say we feed my person, you don't be. Sakano air connected western through central no a bed boy. The Ben was in Fish on high. That was it.
Minister Amakwata, what did you the man of power? Baby, I don't call a chicken. If you have one, you're Bonabasso. I say, now for 4 hours in the family, I see it now. I see, or I'm a travel chair, sanity, it was it. So one who said, I'm part, your boy at home, I had my power, your quine, so quite the Mibato and on your cry. I feel not, crack, yeah, me, and check. Ghana, Nabi, who say, I'm part. Mama told me who year of Rose 2020, second year of Rose 2021. Ghana for being who first all who said yes, or man echo any man.
I'm Dr. Frederick Kwatin, the head of Department of Accident, Emergency and Orthopedics of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We advise the public to be very cautious in driving, especially vehicles and motorbikes. Road traffic accidents is a major drain on our economy that everybody, especially road users, should be responsive in their driving and obey road traffic regulations. Accordingly, be careful, do the right thing, and save a life.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
Ever wondered how much television stations pay movie producers for the contents they show on their channels? Well, they say it's meager and that you'll be shocked if you hear the figure. But if indeed it is woefully inadequate, why do they keep on selling their movies to the television stations? We table this for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has what you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-41-33-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And I've been joined on the show by Vida Educhumwa Boatin, the vivid, vicious, vociferous Vida. Vida is a columnist. Vida, Kwaba. Be fine. Utini dear. Nansaying dear, almost power. Now, I feel me show ye.
It's been my signature look for years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, will be your name, say. In time for a big name for special location.
Special occasion, be a day.
Oh, so what now do birthday? Obey teacher house a cocoa now.
It's not the UT. You're also a September born.
Yeah,
I never knew.
I'm 22nd actually. And now dates.
2nd September.
2nd.
Yeah.
20 days. So
it makes my train when you birthday now.
There before all the kind you should not know more to near to you. How old are you anyway? How old are you?
Who they eat?
How old are you?
Who they eat?
Eat what?
Nane already do is what?
Eat what?
Who they eat?
Cheesy pizza. Any and I commercial ones.
Nane already is with oneplayafrica.com. Nana Kwaba.
Just
yeah, fine.
Oh,
nice. Also birth month here, Abe.
Oh, me them Leo. I get 6th August.
6th August.
Yeah, proper Leo. Yeah.
My brother is August 4th.
No, he's not Leo. It's only one Leo in the world. It's just me.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a Brunese on standby with Nkomo.
Na dem krom ha de aye dan kasa na watwi bia nkofo den senfofroba 1 minute bia na information ni mama bodi na watwi masanso atwimiti nkoma ekoso entertainment industry na ma hyeda na ma bob me homode ma hyehya me de brem zo ma yentwa ehu sesi a na yemfa na yekọ embrem And as I said, the woman for Osikeni ba island frimpong. A medical ni fella makafui. Na wo twa na womba no odi 1 year. In Thailand they say they are 1 year old. Na yi na ne ma post bi no say oh me be wo future dey secure dan kasa. Na den hwe skirt ta etefie taba wo papa hwe score wo. Wo ma me so hu so bɔ ne ho mɔde ne dey edwuma ye obi bebre. In Thailand aba sikasem dey wo ni how kra. Your future is secure. And the pictures see them say photo shoot so mu ye bi ma abufe yankati. Island wo se say dey yakopon hraw no mbo hu mɔde cause we dey say wo ma Mrs. Ska wo fie dey wo ni how bia. Eti atidom we they say the mohine na wasan so aba into the music scene. Eyo for quite the one fan base na wo friend we tu atidom. Say see na artist na actress say dey wa aba back wa be yenum won be kai say nsem bi ba ye nsa na wo se na no home fan na ade to take break. Say see the for quite the wa aba. No ba nso so say wa rebrand kakra ni di ni kwa spell na wo say asesa. Open so cancel release 2 of any videos, any song videos, back bust up and a chest up. Since you won't tell your media, no about than half of penalty. Now, so we dance or a crane money. So, for the mouth, now some working in and say, Waba, Yamawa snacks. Na me bisa unim Ghana ni ntini ya friend G-man ai say na say na wo buy the moon tada ntini no me but nunyom bia ko say tanana shining bright pomodi ana ko sheti no na nkaseti nipa na meka no ho ase na G-man na wo de munim story na ese bi ko buy no board driver ni bitu wo de no ko to prison ya de say dey won yi na ni dey won yi de dada but the book bi aba out a o kire eye ni okwo mu ni ade from fame ene amani ohun nyina eyi na okwo eye interview as a promoting or promoting booking na in common mu ba ko na be to just or no dey say person worry a television presenter delay ya no so person worry na isemi ba na ma focus delay na so be worry na e koso no be cast o delay what nsem na etwegu chroma G-man so person worry no say we dey cloud chasing as a person do hu jije mu ni ade nti ono dey on take asem na na G-man aba replies ade na nkasa o kan keke kana fa ya mu analyze sa mu fa na ma fa asem na sa na mu digban nti o say anya sa na o kan no kwa wasan so atwena no asanse sa delay some no cast person worry o wan kan yenti wachi asa amanfo se dey say akodi se wo ba krom ha ye Ghana ha na wo hwehwe artist a wo twabon na wo yibon na wo didi na tema na kama fa hencha ne man sa akodi ne se o se krom ha do no na oye artist a wo ye yawo na nkasa anka mo fa Shatawale kran so nchen nsem ye kokan wo one play Africa on a TV nipa e kasa no so krom ha de Shatawale na wo baka se obi a wo didi na tem wo trolling wo internet ne so but there be ono no sa akodi ne ona manfo didi na tem amanfo ja se masa akodi e ke mo ne ya adua na mo so sa akodi so waka se won a wo ye yawo na anka wo mbe mu kredi so yes also there trip of general and do crime ono dey send bia betujo twema krom ha se hu makwakoye mu hu se hu se new art bi ba kroma na fe de one na wo ho old timers na fe de ma pack mu akwakose o zada mu ye enye fine wo mu say new artists for aba new crop of artists wo bon ho modern music industry say de wo nwom na yebo but mamu remfi legends wo mo ba na wa be say one na we entertain ti mu hu sa new ones na makase mudi we sin chen baby ase na one bob bra bia o se sa so ban de mo ntwe na mo sesa na mo ense fata mo kra kaso abanda me ye fan face na ye dumi nsem so one say na say na ye dance ne nka ma fo twema no ko hospital watch o twiti ne wa mo say sometime ago bi o ne nsem betu dwa on ni baby ma bibi basa na workers we dey onko tena ase na nko hwehwe ni na adwi mu kakra this the funny face wasan so aba we video bi e betu dwa na ye onu akasa chema na nko nam kwanso akọ eye kuma so akọ say ye ni baby mama Vanessa ne nembe na onya accident kan no de betu dwa say tai ni nyina yi ni ade je say bibi basa na nso nyame nchade twetwe anya ni funny face de hwe anya no na yi se bi betu dwa na ye wo ho na ye hu se funny face aso a drop post bi o chema ka bi o post ye Jeep Wrangler black o se Adibayo na de ache na mafu se ya mpasa na funny kana je say ka ba ko be se na Adibayo de ache ye funny face o na funny face nsem ya aso na post bi o sanso betu dwa chema so no in less than 2 years when you 7 suicidal attempts mafu chema na kwa commit suicide na soldier fu bi hunu na wo boa no na nsem de bibi basa bi je say won sha dance ase funny chema onu a ye Vanessa mame o peso okunu we de onu a na o chire ye de ye ntumi nche asem na kana ya mpana o se ye Vanessa mame o peso okunu se mafu chema funny face mo mbo ma de na monya ne bad because the bia oba no de we betuja o chira sanso de we ya betuja mu de di say bibia you okay e wo na adwuma na from had so him say artist one that drink kese back for a royalties want the gamma reason what chesa na musician is say na asema betuda Stone Boy dance on musician Stone Boy Oshia Ghana's High Commission to UK, Papa Usankuma, no children, no, say, Papa, Ubay, you said me as a stone boy and a bow, beam native. Royalties are when you're Gamu, 2,000 Ghana cedis. I owe 2,000 Ghana cedis spend a win, and I say, maybe to say, hey. So, Brian boy, you know 2,000 pay. I know, you're trading pros and Kagamu to Belkasa, and I rest of my other to just say, sad defense taxes been asked, Stomboy Besso or you soon. Mount on start, one from meeting, say, Brana and cut a year royalty. I said, one back. Every day in a man and I'm not so say, and Dika say, royalties, but I send you back to the artist will be a chamber. Once royalties will near be a binum if you want Casara. They said, I'm up with it. Come on, Mumba Diana Munium with me. Now, artists or bright, so was some when him to free now. Who will go for Nashi, Wonashi, was a Mumba Diana Munium bedroom. Now, artists will enter me and benefiting. Some Kai Irene Logan of Stars of the Future film. Irene and J. First only if you and Nana were good and was separate. Irene or the same back to George Trema. We Stars of the Future, bay head say, 1 year man after year, or started so no cigar, cigarette, or no starting, you also for now the one who born, I want another one, then a PP be chain, bonds on 1 piano, so and Numbika. What you want to crop a baby of the zoo of him, I mean, and no script. If I pass on so she's great, and see, no, because I on shed and Sassy, but to say the Irene Logan, Eddie Numbuphobia out. I read the say that was the she's a minister of the gospel. Won't say Irene Numibia, not more than Marco Pipi. My friend come away in track to a year crapping polo, back I say, was if a year crapping polo, I return to a year twacky, sister, you say no than a passing so boom, yes, I could in your meow bony demon. I won't say pinty and knock up a beauty. Now, it's only better than I was saying. But I want I was so repenting and to nudity. Polo Nancas, I honor no kind, but said, oh, you know, on Shadan, yes, and your man on the room. But one castle orange to keep you, Tamako, Moon was some no kind, Mamma Cassana, or no kind of also on you. Also, twerking the castle on you. Twerking, yeah, copy polo chairman, no name and one on your deals, no division, but it's want to make conscience on the jar twerking. Polo say, on the dear twerking, any jayo, or bet. The polo chema twerking the own giant no judge. Aye, twerking or twerking at the deals be fear this cabin. As they know, giant, Mamma Mocassan and polo, some can't say it depend you. Aye, now what you them come across entertainment industry, Zama Bruni, the born I'm the best so much. That's the neck. Ever since Russia, a crabble.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the segment. We call it in Nkomo. For more of these stories, visit our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Let me begin with Vida. Let's see which of the stories she wants to touch on.
Yeah. The very first one that says, you are lucky to have wealthy parents. Fela McAfee tells the little baby island. I mean, I support it when people want to, you know, kind of proclaim that they are rich, because I do not subscribe to glorifying poverty. I don't subscribe to that. But the quality of character as a parent lies in the training that you give to your child and what that child actually turns out to be. And you shouldn't really glorify yourself too much. Say Sikano will solve all the other loopholes in parenting. I mean, focus on giving the child the right training, because we don't want any child turning out to be so in as much as you want to flaunt and say which I think is okay by me, you should also focus on the content of character and quality of character you pass down to that child. Because mind you, both of you are entertainers. Both of you now, I'm referring to Felani Medical. Your child may grow up seeing a lot of people smoke around you, engage in other vices, and is linked to what we do in the showbiz industry, or very prone to that. I mean, some of us grew up looking at it on TV and make believe. But this is the case that she grew up looking at it around her. So the money is good, but focus on what you teach your child to you know, how you train your child and what will become of it. Not useful. Emma society said they are useful. Another one that I also want to talk about is Sarkodie. says that he's the most insulted Ghanaian artist. I don't think he is. I feel that he's just basking in the ambience of Nancy kind of as he's leading the trend. And I think it's only the team. Normal imagine say every week, you know, they want to lead it. And you know, very soon, yeah, I have a certain before.
But is that strategy working though?
Episode 4 about
is that strategy working?
Yeah, kind of one same. I mean, Obi album release now. Apart from reviewing the songs, you know, he's been on radio and TV back to back, and to the point to say, even the tour issues that he's raising in other countries are also being highlighted here. As if we don't have things to talk about already in the industry, and I think it's a day. Ebio who say netia and kosha say interview them. Because I don't know when see check. You know, I feel say you are not the most insulted.
But who would you say is the most insulted?
Well, I can be bold and say Shatta. Bonokra Atimdidieno builds his muscles in the game. And in as much as you want to think say it's a negative thing or no positive, that's what drives him, and he joins the fray. Or to who can Atimdidi who did not know di Atimbi at the fact. In as much as a negative, like people want to say, don't know they're a positive trait, man. So it's a two-way situation when it comes to that. Sakode, you are not the most insulting, Masa Jai. You are not. And now, funny face. I mean, I was very sad, you know, watching videos of an accident, you know. I mean, funny face is my brother. People don't know that. Or you mean so like me kasa on the low, but then I have me say all these things are happening, and I've heard say the lady is also not giving him the opportunity to see the kids and all that, and apparently who said when that happens now it takes a toll on no funny face, and caught so much into the nyama on a daily. But then looking at the comments beneath the post now, some people also drew my attention to the fact that Odrivia, we all know say he loves music, and he loves to do like several antiques near the Odrivia or Tonyom or San or Bonnie some whilst driving. And we know it was a long journey to Kumasi. There could be a possibility say opinion for company na ebi enyom na ne verse be any deba. But me born in some man refi say ebi anasti akra esininim. And I'm tempted to believe that because we've seen several videos of him in a car riding. And then he has to turn to the camera and say a few things to either the haters that we don't know or to the baby mama's family and all that. And then I'll plead with him, say, in as much as you have life today, you know, who drive it, especially now. But then during the video updates for your fans, you know, sometimes they're unnecessary. And I also plead with Vanessa, say, and you have 4 kids. I know, say, it will be tough walking around with 4 kids to you know, to have other suitors or try to live a single life in Pua. It's difficult. Into I am from, so he has apologized. Find a middle ground and see how you can build more future together, bearing in mind these kids that you have. See, it's sad for me to talk about funny face again in this state. I've also seen Wendy Shea, and then they encounter headlines on me, or the tree be a BBC internet, and so Kiddie, golden boy moments, I cry, or different shine, oh, we raise him. So for my Wendy Shea, we live to see.
Nana, what means you?
Some kind of Obi hairstyle. Obi any hairstyle.
You see, we didn't matter. So a golden girl, because they name say a golden boy.
Someone named say
I say, well, I champion.
Someone named say the album say new.
Oh yeah, we live to see.
On golden girl.
That's the sack of the casa.
We live to see because I'm out for Kika.
Asemi ake.
Yeah, I say massacre. Then no see a trend. I'm fan. Say
or the people
you lie.
Nana, what means you?
Oh, Rantie. So now, Vida Casa, Sako, they say is the most insulted. No? Episode 4, Sunday, 8 p.m. In the same no. Pam, into YouTube, One Play Africa. Ubenya episode 4 na hwe. Nyama oka episode 4 nkwa de mu ohye. Okay say last week say oka send wo episode 3 nim. 4 de mu ohye class. Nti me cha the don.
The don chia the don.
The don.
Useful content there.
The don say, the don mama first of all one friend me to ask for even permission to use my content, you know, but you use the content and it was monetized. You know, yes, giving me credit on a monetized platform does not only cut it. Let's be sincere. You get it because it was on YouTube, it was on Facebook Live, and if Facebook Live is monetized, but it's fine. It's not a problem.
I'm lost too. I don't know what the don said.
No,
I don't know the issue.
I'll tell you what he said. The don is my biggest fan, and the biggest fan of my TV host Tilly Kwenipa. You know, he was overexcited. Nenyaja, I know Mama shout out no say. Tilly does not deserve to interview Sarkodie.
I think he said that she lacks the experience to.
Yeah, and I felt happy that he said that. At least it shows that he's a fan of what we do. And you get that and say, as a matter of fact, season 2 of Bold Convo has been renewed. And see, this September another 4-part episode series ever.
Tiliani Jinem.
Tiliani Jinem.
Yonko.
Yeah, Jemu the ding car.
Yonko headline.
Papa. Then I say, I'm good to India attempts.
The way you talk about Tilly passionately like that,
oh, Kishimpa, because she's
there's one thing about him is you know when you are the boss, now be can be Ujidi say Nsem FAO subordinate. You need to come out and I think that's what he's doing. He's doing it.
Oh,
Nana,
I thought it was who they eat situation.
Oh, I don't mean to me. Me fancy. Say be me gay. But I am in America. But me ni boy so. But when you busa won't me nka. Ujane.
Nana, twaso.
And me transfer matter. I mean about Vida ultimately who they eat situation now. I say because I am in TSS Vida na Facebook you busa say who they eat.
Let me just set the record straight. I don't mean publicize it.
This is not fair. This is uncalled for.
I don't mean
this is wrong.
Me who they just me advert me ba rate.
Me I advert
yes.
Okay. Mati. You do Mati no interview. Nana yonko enim.
I don't want to no interview. The me can survive there be on Facebook and you say who they eat. I won't answer.
Okay.
Now I saw a pundit. So I feel like a man am about a business sometimes also multi who they eat. Now a boy. Na ebi na obebo baby obeti me aboa what am say nti ene asem akwa say me tackle na second one say o say o de nyingu ne ho a na ye for special occasion nti who say vada de gu ne ho a kese o koje e chen football match say ade de aya nti me ko third one is what I mean
me ko dey
we yen ko third one
nti me ko third one is what abanti asem we aya na aya me mobo. I've had serious conversations with musicians about it. It's the understanding of the music rights in Ghana, the usage in Ghana. Nasia Yainia Stoneboy Akushia Papa Usankoma, and he made very sad comments. And you knew, because he himself old artists. I mean, the likes of Ebutela has said that Otiminya close to rough figure 20 million. In terms of royalties from Europe. And he explained that because it's Europe, it's like Spain, and that idea boom. But a Ghana had the only phone to because a ferry. So it's not new that he will say that. But this is where I want to pick the conversation from. I was expecting the Ghana High Commissioner, right? If I'm right, is that
to UK, Papa Usankoma,
to have made a certain comment that. If not on camera, we would have seen a certain move that he, as somebody in power, in authority, could reach out to Gamro and say, hey, the artists are complaining too much. It's not just the young cats now. It's even the older ones are even complaining now. What can we do? Because the issue is Obiawa, the side of the Gamro issue. You heard. If you follow the story, Rex Omar and his team have come out to say certain things that people don't even know the real name of the artist. Stone Boy and all that. And but yeah, back and forth. Even for Stone to reply saying that, and yet real name I mean Yame Misika, what am I saying? Yeah. I feel the government should just come in. This is when we need the AG, Charlie. This is it. Like, we need him. The way Wamutimi, I feel Kuba chopping board, no. They should put Gamma on the chopping board too. You understand?
Yeah.
So that moves will be made faster. So we can increase the pace at which we are trying to solve that problem. And I said a story from Kwame Daz, I don't know if it's true, on City FM that they said they've partnered with a certain monitoring company to help them. We've been pushing that since God knows how long. And I was tempted to call, because I have a link to the local partner, that is Good Music. So I wanted to ask them, but I feel like for now there's a lot of headache and fire around Gamo. They should find a way around it. But so credit, yes, how is the system going to be? They need to push out more press releases to explain how the system is going to be. I've seen them say that artists to sign the sheets every time they are recording at the idea. The dedication must go down to all members of Gamo. It's getting unbearable, Charlie. If you have any friend who does music and they are not playing gigs or they are not getting shows or weddings or whatever, sometimes what to eat is even a problem. What am I saying? But I was expecting that Papa Uzankoma would have made a courtesy call on Rexoma, either by Zoom, and say, yo, I want to talk to you guys. What's up? What's happening? If not him, whoever can help us should help us. You know, because it's getting worse by the day. It's getting worse by the day. And it looks like once you raise it, they have a defense mechanism. Something that they know that, oh, it will catch people. One of their things is, on Krampu, Nansiana, when they register as a right society, in 2000. And you might have a chroma for even him, it passed 2000.
Sure.
You get
Indeed.
it? It's a shame.
All right. So we are taking a break. Now I'll touch on the Gamro issue, the money that right owners get. Sikanisha. In fact, whoever is part of the industry or has been following the issue, Unim say, and so any. Ebi kura or how mudi said in any kind. Some are 100. There was a time some people said they earn 100 cedis and all of that. Okay. But you see, there is also another issue that we need to look at as far as the movie industry is concerned. This is because some producers say that they are giving small amount of money, they almost say peanuts, by TV stations. So they take their movies and show. But we need to have a conversation on that. And so we'll have that conversation when we return. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. We are now set to have a conversation on the movie industry, the amount of monies paid movie producers by television stations in order to show their content on TV. We've been joined on the show by Ata Boachi. Ata Boachi is a movie producer. Ata Akwaba.
Yeah.
Bibi aboko. Ya no akasa de yama na yakoye nim. Mpembi no when I meet movie producers I may say mo amoye behind the scenes near nkofo nimu because time be a camera and you share me a twa me a director ugina ho ya aja da bia woni ne yire kasa wo phone si obi a nim movies den na wotwa ye betimi dia kai say oh okay movie we Ataboachi na ye
okay me da say dey ka ma me enchia wa hwefo
ma oni so ma team
movies media be adepa ana mejeme da no ankasa ene ye mi ankasa misika na me university adepa na mejeme do ya ka de me ye mankofo
nti adepa na mejeme do no who release no da ben year ben
me ye mejeme do no 2013 na me ye adepa no 2017 and if you na me nye production bi
adentina wonye production bi Meboka. Uboka.
Yeah.
Uboka BSN.
Sika me di shame no manya me sika no back.
Enti what is saying shame?
Me the bet is close to 30,000, but manya sika no back.
30,000.
But you
break even. Like so 30,000 when you're back.
Manya back.
Me fan is when you're BSN back.
When you bet 20,000.
20,000 10,000 I can
I am a car.
Obo bisia ena etwa ye enkofu bi na so wasene anase sika no na ye wan kasa ode
na me die wo mu ba me chi bi on se aduma na ebi wo ha o se wo mu bi so wasene kaka ntim jo bi die kakra e be shem
ti se o mu gusu dan waka won
oh na eyamia me hunam ne panti me ka se fiasa aha
okay movies no mucha distribution, marketing, nice anime. Say how do you go about it? What is it?
Your marketing, a tupe, a crano kumasi, cantamanto, and a cajetia. And she say, a babon tia, she said, be a nay Monday, and maybe Lizia. Many marketa or cantamanto, baba casa. Na many marketa or kumasi casa. Na quantity a person channel. Ebia a place or danoa, ebia Accra Sounds and I say SKD. Ebia ye Kumasi 5,000, Accra 5,000. Ne say Ediaba, Sana Eyeno.
Okay.
And 5,000, Kumasi 5,000, Accra 5,000, ne san. Yes, I place another order.
Yeah, characters no, actors now mu use no. Omu boa Emma Oton movie no, marketing the movie wise. Omu bo hu the rule, and I say omu da so omu de omu chewi. No ma pom baby atina
ebi no obi okura movie na we no kwa wonim ni title on kai biom o ka chen se onu na be on kai kura se waye wadwuma kura da but obi wo so a obetimi adi akira kopim se ebeba ma waton awie nyina but obi wo twa wiya wawie wonim eho asem bia
then ebema obi ayesa se metwa wie then I ususu se ana omoti ho akira se ni nti
ebi ho ayankofa da oni nipa ntam ena ma bia odi akire odi akire kopim se time a ebeba ma waton awie no babu osusu a onni ni ayankofa no ya tia ne ka be ko ba bia fine no e fa ne manager nsam na onde oba set be ya adwuma no ti oni wonni bibia bia me
2013 2017 and we try any free one on some movies in TV station be ebe to free ho sena me pese ni nya word ni omo to anaso omo ye dey mo kan say omo discan mamu so omo be sure mo ka so wato movie no anaso wato to time bia opel bia obe sure movies mienu na we try no TV stations etoe
ba ko obi na fa koye me hu ye no omo yi esi
o kan team no ho anaso obi
o nchen kra no of market copy no ko fa no de koye
tu ye
me free TV station na o se we se na de buy nti me free ni pa na be ka che na o se wona na de koye na wonu kwa wachi ni pa na could never hard drive so nti o se wan kan tin se won yimi de na nka ho
se no need the only movie
ena eko wase wan kan chen wase o ye no ono no copy goods no wan ka se on yi
nti o kan sa no o de ne like asem no
me ka chen se me de come copyright for
okay
nti na omuguso ene omu delay
da ben no
yeah this year
it is okay I see na ono no de no okay enya wona auto yen tu hu sika oje because na ye onu no mu
obatebi wo ha minim sika ebije
sen
ebiti meje 100 series 50 series kwa
o de o show movie no
o TV station tin kase me ma onu kwa tin kase obi kwa de che me
okay e basa wo movie producer no minim say TV stations o mu movies on bo adverts omu wo che fan wo adverts ni anase sa 100 series
oni chefa bia oje 100 series ni ya wajawie say part 1 and 2 a waji 200 series ono ma wie de omo de benya bia mfa ho
time ye ope bia o bet ma sure
obi timi ka say oni time a odi beja yi minim station bi o timi ka say ono need time o de be jai
na aden na aden na mo ton no fofofo sa because 100 cities there, I mean production in production and you may come the resources, time, money, and you pay props and you iska. Then tina what movie 100 cities.
Obi o wa ya na onu hu ni say ade ne kwa ba market awienti eda ho ya nya mehwe nti ade na say bia ne me obe 10 titles I mean find 100 no na me find nya ma ade sa na bi dwene no ano me say me farmer because eda ho kura enye bibia ma me dia but me property ni kwa asem de che 100 cities no na yeji obi wo yeyi a obi hwa obeka say wajiska because say bi betima yi o movie wo DSTV na so unya ska bia ba obi tie kire obeka say yeyi o movie wo DSTV nti wonya ska finance unya hwe
me hu say o championing this movies ayeton ma TV stations ni ade ubenya say nanka yento wo movie no ana me pese me can say what because what I say
oh man right
the right and be but the enfan trasa ubenya say nanka TV stations ebeto wo movie say we will show e wo TV so
I was me menya dia o say ke ye de ye state amount to be to na ne kwa na bia part 1 ye de mana oyi part 1 ne yia bet say bia 1 year na obetima yi part 2 no ni kwa say de ni nyina ma ne say ebia obi wo ne movie title 1 to 4 no ni nyina o de ama no 100 cities no 100 cities
and still na unyi ano sika sen free so want me more exact amount cra my range ebia free say ko say and I be amode ma ebe show say ye adwuma na ye na sombo mo gitum na mo bu ye adwuma na ye.
Okay, around media to me the kasisi as me obi be jimi movie e bia each part bia de be man 10,000.
But movie producers no me as a mwana mama omo TV stations no e fam adwuma no for sa because meaning say 5 per day push for me can a for omo ebi omo ni Film Producers Association of Ghana omo mo twesi ni nka bomuko 5 per day push senka members no mo betimi a twentwen so but many some of the executives said in komo producers no mo their 5 per day kan na mo mfi mo ye anoma sa ton 100 200
dodo na nye 5 members enti obi wo ha hu ni say we businessman on na di ni sika a share duma ndi open na woye emra bia nsi no kwan say nka mra bi da ho say ye chew say bia wo de wo movie akoma station say ndi say na wo de akọ eno kra wo say nke ye ma yes bia nsa na eno so kra no o matimi ayi but obi wo kra e ba na ekina obetima afari akoma TV station ni say omunyi enti wonu hu ni say wona di ni sika hye mu enye obi na aboa no enti de ope bia na wo ye no emra bia anya adwuma e wo sa de no
but we are 5-pack member
menya 5-pack member
na de na mo association e wo me say freedom of association wo pa na wo join but you say prayer wo kan bo mu a emu but what in tema ebu adena unfa ho nom 5-pack ana say
enye se mi hu by time am pese camera mu no enyema no mo hwehwe free mo ho no na me nyanya ye entina menko mu no but
omo na na hwehwe ni bi ni den
yes me dey ya adwuma no ni and number of movies I was say one sana
there is a quota you can say there is a what's the word me refi word now but so drew a certain
threshold
that's the word so drew a certain engineer so wait movie for how many years and I so produce say and some waiting my join
Saturday me wo title back up
okay
nti afi na me guso a omo efese omo de me ejimitum
wa wo sha or how we ne pumasi brand ni den how do we solve it
yeah I say creative art industry ni maye mra maye say your movies no nka the area mass TV station ka yen omumfa ya de maye ma yen san shamra say se be ko kura mpona ti say de make us be 10,000 per part no enka yemma figure bi say we eda ho sei untimi nyia ana untimi nto a ema ho
na wo hwa wa hwa ebe because I say much ado about nothing obia
ye ka say ye ebe
okay mame ko abeja for her na mame sha say free vider ho say the wo gu ahomekoko yi runisi sai why na mame tio
over nkomo wele nkomo dada o yaka yenye hun pon asibre ana mumu bi dodo na so nye ready say edwuma na eje aguru mu besom enti no nko content kra na mane ko na kwakoye ni amika bibi ncho nko fo no on ye sini no ebi ton no 100 cedis because ono akokra semina ba obepe ho advert abo e wo TV so nti obeye bata oje 100 cedis na wo kana osan wo mo ni anwa bi a wakra ba wo de be ma TV station so fambo advert ma no enti ono hu ne say sini ni ye avenue a ebi bie kwan ama no ama oni media for edinsa wo so na wafa saa kwan no e dia ton na dia ofo se na di sika bebre no enti bi asa details no de omo fama but omo fa ho de business de bia with media owners no sini egu obiso obia o de enti ofo se egu me chocho bibi kaka me sesi edu se YouTube ba na sini na egu se obia twin sini o de koto ekope kakra age akrobeto any frank na roye okumasi omuso si dum so ena kofa sinini gu ni ebi nso say ejako sa personality cult say see you know was the doom of sinini eyi no ebi nso say transition na buy free cassette ko VCD ko DVD ko hwan I mean obia ni nasem nko if you don't have a united front na no bia so asem ne sene abasa no tete said your pa how are you able to come together to have a unified front na mon company for nkoko there's one common enemy say we bisamia piracy sine no there's 100 Ghana obi ton one city with traffic
true yeah traffic
what man say and even that money doesn't come to you intinka 100 Ghana na no beda obotom de kada onyame ase because it treated it to just like that there are some technical challenges I wo hono the kind a lack of funding sika bie ni ho a sika bantan ni eda ho a okwa okote kakra e de be ye usini ne mani ye obutum sika and the actors will tell you say when you free set no so yentua omo ka it dey bia no omo grambo but akoye say juma we ye na popularity no utimi de ho won chen no o friend na waba sika bie ni ho and you tell me say oko production on aduane die even locations covid by couple nobody was releasing nifie to be used for movies sika de ni ho no na feed into sa poor production ya omo di feeding no but we say producers you better catch us no matter how poor the production is your market your target ni service you omo chair down go school ntino atembidie no keka bombia na ekona kania nsokra sum kra na obehwe because kane no na Chinese movie no yen country kasa nso no mo the action na determine killer ni blow man you get it
yeah
and you know there are technical issues that was say yeshe Kofi Ajolola be complaining kotna radio so can say we dey ka okogu won ani masasa producers na ekofa eche akopisi kana momo we need funding you hear commitments from actors say say omo yin si no bia by force YouTube star obia woni show YouTuber or ye interviews ama ye say media phone kra ye hu be bia ye fa because show na wo pay invite no nka so ye bi dada ena nko yie so be ne den you need to broaden your market no and to do so one thing I been here a translation I've seen movies Peter said if I will tell you yeah Arabic in the mama other markets and so emomoto na same time Jackie course Ivory Coast sedation nipa doma push or mokoshen it means almost any singing but somebody has taken the pains to do a French translation who has in near the abusa say why and yes our French translation now all ton was our Ivorian market no wo kakrawa e wo say wo saka yana Shobrofu be a amateur TV, so some way translation. What kind sini bi pa bro for das ya utiba ya na me kasa fa ko French and na betimi ayi me kasa fa ko Arabic Arabica and na betimi ayi enti afuo na e wo ye fie chi no won 2 weeks na e wo mu na how can you come to Aban and I say any unified front to say yen mwamo 5-pack president Nana Akufo-Addo ABA cinema. What radio so say me ABA cinema no. When we leaders no. I don't think I'm sorry for being your sorry. Not still sini for egusi to us sini good dem anya cinema FM because or can the phobia fail say e be for half capacity intima ye ABA cinema na half any zero. Half any share and ka dey when am for so also. Enti dey make ka chem say adwuma no fana wo mu feature until you start to work from hono. Now when you say unified front, aban bi ene wo person de ne ho bo a group na industry munye unified ye chase ka ye hu bebi e befa. Me say my creative arts for fund see a chase cafe obe ho atwede e koji di no ana koji ye adwuma obe ho atwede a mo be bo wo sika ho. Sika no so aban no de mawa okọ account for. It won't mean too ngusa. So must tell your people problem ni fakese na free mu fiche start solving na munja pesemin kuminya no obinya baby jina wa ban mu be kakra bia na mo maka no watwa moja no you have to tackle the issue from there ya kana ya bre sini I don't know what to say because ya nkomoda da enma so ode nya de mbetie nti ya kana mo fa sini esu yetie baby ebe ya obi anko ye bie YouTube page ni bi
Nana I want to
meet you.
Hey, the vider can nature.
I'm say dear. What's the vider can nature? I meet you.
Okay. Moving some media is to me it's just one thing: lack of education. That's what's affecting our movie industry in Ghana. Education not just from school. Education is not just from sitting in the classroom or going for like school, whatever. But I'm talking about understanding the arts that comes with of making film. To film, there's also a business side. So let's look at some of the conversations that has come up. First off, why would a TV channel want to buy a movie for 100 Ghana cedi? I mean, why? On what mathematical basis? Because if you are a television network, you need content to run. Three key things that help you to run your channel. 1, sports. 2, movies. 3, music. And these are the passionate points of Ghanaians: movie, music, sports. So you find a lot of channels, they create content around either they are heavy on music or they are heavy on sports or they are heavy on movies. Yeah, you get it. Movies, you find these foreign ones that are so you need the content. You know the cost of producing even a TV show. It's not anything less than 7,000 Ghana cedi. I mean, for one episode, it's not less than 7,000 Ghana cedi.
Yeah.
But because there's lack of education in the system, the TV guy knows that the people who bring the movies to sell, they don't have the technical know-how to even bargain, have a conversation. Even if it's for barter, there's a way we go about barter trading with movies, and the way we go about barter trading with TV content. You get it? And even music. There are 3 different conversations. So it's education. Let's talk about the IT part of film. Let's say Messi is right by saying because of YouTube, it's affecting them. It shows you how there's lack of education on their side. These days, people are creating amazing movies, and they are monetizing heavy on YouTube Premium. There are some movies I watch that it's like on YouTube Premium, and the budget is better. Also, lack of education. Amazon Prime, Netflix, Hulu, Roku, and all these guys have, even Twitch have VOD platforms that are giving out support to movie producers. Where is education? How do you package? How do you go there? Nigeria has Netflix, Niger. We don't have because there's a certain lack of education in our system. So it's like what we were talking the other time on the other show where I was explaining how Ghanaians, you know, we take things for granted, right? I have a passion for filmmaking. I follow after 2 movies. I call myself a producer. I call Abrantepa, I call Benis, I call this Muncha Cinema me, my pet camera guy. Hey director mami. Maybe I'm also producer. Now, you know, system, you know, I work on just like that. And the issue is, listen, the 5-pack issue Vina talked about, when I was heard it, I was laughing. I laughed and I even fell down in my office. You get it? Systems are changing how films are being made. The word Corona hit Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
And we all said that, oh, the cinema culture in America was coming down. Look at how they use VOD platforms to rejuvenate or retell their stories. But even coming to America was on a VOD before it hit cinemas. Coming to America too, by Eddie Murphy and all these guys, it was on VOD before hitting cinemas. The culture is changing. People are growing, but our system is still on mediocrity and easy way out. Like I said, the banner say was near solving and near easy way out. What am I saying?
Yeah.
It can be solved. I was asking somebody that why is a Nigerian movie, this movie, King of Boys, I don't know if you've seen it, trending in Ghana. It was like, oh, movie never fair. I would say yes. You see, Netflix is making sure that before I put a certain movie on my platform, it has to be a certain standard. Here, what is the standard? Even the person who does the correct movie that meets the criteria for Apple TV, VOD and I say VOD, Netflix and all these platforms are being mocked. Yes, sir. Oh, and I movie there, and I movie there. We glorify mediocrity in Ghana over the right things across board, from music to movies. Each one for himself, go for answer. This thing is not going to solve. A TV station knows proper to do the right thing to set the mechanisms in motion. That if I want to buy your movie, this is how you have to get the movie to me. No Ghanaian wakes up and says, I'm going to give my movie to Netflix. Now, have you cleared the sound in your movie yet? The music in your movie, have you cleared them yet? All your actors and things, have you signed off with them? What is your process of paying residuals? You think Netflix will just wake up and say, give me the movie? It's the same thing with television stations. They know. But one more day, lack of, you know,
and everyone.
And you see, and on the now, when movie at the right time, people say, one more movie, but no, they don't even think that it's coming back to affect them as a TV network. Because if you are showing his movie, part one at a less prime time that nobody is watching, and you bought it for 100 Ghana cedi, so watching now when you be on when you put that movie back on the TV, your viewers will tune off because like your stress and your bread. For brand. Hence, they keep buying these foreign movies cheap from these guys.
Telenovelas.
Exactly. So you keep buying the movie at 100 Ghana, and you show it at a horrible prime time, like less prime time. Almost movie maybe 12.
Minimum TV station be. Almost show area, no more show anymore. And there is a movie almost showing itself for like a month. Like every Wednesday and I said Thursday be almost show that particular movie.
Let me speak as a TV person, as an African TV director, right? Do you know why DSTV certain movies are repeated?
Why?
It's called a cycle. Because it's a paid platform, and we know that Vida and the people who are subscribed to DSTV hardly sit at home to watch a movie
at a certain time.
So the movie is rotated in a certain time frame. Sometimes it's a month. And see, you set movie 20. Now you push up a system. Now you rotate time necessary. And it's a 4 p.m. 2 p.m. That's how it is done. To meet the subscribers of their platform, their taste and their time. Corona by I say people were bashing DSTV power. How many call lockdown? People were saying, the one-way movie, it's not one-way movie because you are home and you're not doing anything. It's not ultimate shift.
You're always tuning.
Yes. It's rotated. It's a system. And TV stations know it's a system. But it's my headache. It's a system. System works elsewhere. We are here working around the system. I see there's no system about for movies. It's a system. How are people in South Africa able to dominate world movie scenes and theater now? How are they doing it? There are big movies from South Africa now. People are collaborating with Hollywood now. They are breaking the records. They are changing the conversations. Yeah, because it's say you're talking 100 Ghana. Say we'll be say YouTube inti. Movie I come from. Naka the HR then and yes, in HR na go to YouTube. It's education. What am I saying? Yeah. I've met attorneys. I've met producers. I've started with some of them. Now, maybe say, time I DSTV and we wanted to do a channel. Okay, that we're going to bring all of them together. Do you know why I stopped?
Why?
The
producers no
the lack of education among them. One thing, yeah, you become a bad person. Because once I say, what opinion will film? Now, when you say medical to me channel, the right thing is that I have to pay on that. Yeah. So you go and clear it so that when we are paying, you and I can split the pay, and then we'll pay. Listen, fight away.
This
is in Ghana. This is
a match I do about nothing.
Ghana, this is in Maybe I will be a woman America on Papa.
Nana, the old candy answer would GD
Asa Ghana. Do you know that? They can't see. Let me make this example, right? Where a mere example I'm in the culture. I went into a culture where a conversation where it's about culture, and I was trying to understand how people see musicians and actors in Ghana. Do you know what the person told me? This is a very big man in Ghana, politician. Pay me mupa. Also, somebody said cantata. 2021. That's a penny or that. Papa na meka no wasem no baby a wote ne ene sanya wo hu say ye de se cantata na o de bill ko to nim say won san na o
share ya se cantata fu
the lack of respect for arts in this country. If you know how big it is, even here in your office, go and tell your editor in chief that you want to do a show, right? About certain things. About chances are commercial parts, maybe now what we say because so now yes can as a charity thing so I'm telling you.
We are make here.
But
minimum so obemo anu esi form.
Sir, and for me there. Because our customers map.
No, minimum so obemo anu esi form because we are channel a lot of entertainment content.
We have a problem. The people then I'm happy. And I'm happy for you guys. So you have somebody who understands the art, who is leading your ship. It will help you guys. Listen, those in the oil business, those in the pharmaceutical, those in the you name it, the other ones. You know how they see us. Relief button, right? I've interviewed a lot of them. Relief button. So at time we now, or no funny walk up and we channel in your brain or there. I say, oh, movie there. That's how come he will buy it 1 cedi in traffic. Because when we art, no
value.
On value. And what you say na you?
Ata, what ye mabeja for omobu abemana.
Oh,
omobu abem. The omo can no omo eya adwen ana say fan baby react to that.
Omo ata munko na ko sunya de. You guys have to go and learn. It's the truth. Television content creation has changed over time. Content hasn't changed over time.
Okay.
The world is moving.
Nana, Ata, what response to?
Nana, seminar can as well say in Siadia. I found baby me
I made them do to moon Siadia.
Nana Manokai Unina Oniano.
Hina
would you to me, Hina Unin.
Sir, all baby producers in Siadia.
Generalizing.
Yes. Yes, and your producer Biana. Untimi kan je salam se wonsua de salam nim de oye pa nti so na ya ka se ensua de a o se Hono Tresan.
Nana wo kire so omu nyina na ebi mu ana dodo na.
Okay, Obodi was Abdul Salam, right? I sit on a conversation.
Summarize any mommy.
Let me tell you something. When I say everybody learns. The fact that you know a certain way, mechanism, doesn't mean that is the only way. So the issue of selling the content for 100 Ghana cedi. Like I just said, I gave it to you an example. Say there's a way I sell content. I produce content. There's a way we sell content to TV stations. There's a way we sell a movie to a TV station. The way we sell a music video to a TV station. So over Abdul Salam there, I know what you're talking about. Is the line of Iroko TV. That's what you're saying. But aside the Iroko TV, there are other VOD platforms that generate more revenue. And even Abdul Salam movie now can say no. What do you think? Because I'm sitting in a conversation right now about a certain tall line of blockage near the idea. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, system here.
Okay.
That's all.
To us.
Your numbers be a more jet to me say omo de. We omo day. On find 100 cedis no. Obe keeping moving it to da obe free at as the force so on fan ko Jessica bia. Ebi wo honom sa. Ndi sankofo ne epi say nko bia meye se omo.
Enu na wo ka ho.
Yes.
Okay.
Na nka say ye mfa nje.
By the make statement say omo ton 100 cedis no. Omo other products omo pushy on those channels more like a butter. Inti bia out on cosmetics. Now ton we've seen in 100 Ghana. Na omo ye omo san bo. What better amount? And no and trust me now.
No matibida but me catch say me farmer. Matibida. Obusa o catch station bi wo ha catch say unia de bia
o pese obo ho
kafabra na bebeje. Anam say me ni bibia say
un bibia anka obeye.
Menye because me sika no me bo amount bi ma no say omonye. Obi kura ntise o ko say obi kura de bia be che wo mo. Ana wo say o de be jisa sika we. Papa bi di bia che me. Station no o say papa bi di bia che ye.
Enti de aka wo ha nyina say o bo no po a den na obeka.
The American say I was say ye nyina ye come together na the I was say ye man ye because any say dia ye nyina betina fie te say the TV say ye adwuma no ye ka say asori ba nsori
na say je say ye nyina ye wu
na ya oboa
so say adwen no
na ya oboa bibia nu wa o ka say obeya ye ye entiase ye tiase a na ya ka say
ata
nana.
Yes.
No, time also. But maybe for last comment now the etima
no say about when na tiase a ye betima ye by antiase de ye ntimi ye o say nyina ye kan ho bom na ye tiase say ade we ne pese ye
na ye
be ye.
Okay. The wo kan twato nana under 1 minute.
I want my point no. You see, say muntimi back together and lack of education. My example, I know about going back to America. Kofi Asamoah understands VOD platforms. As a matter of fact, the movie our Amazon Prime.
VOD no, obi wo ha no wo hwe no.
Video on demand like Netflix.
Okay.
What I say? What am I saying? Ghana ha no. Prince Ghana boni friends this the other night but movie in friends. Peter. He also I've had chance to listen to him on radio. Obi anya we na watena so.
Pese minkuminya wom.
No, on matena so. Because you know why on in showing the next person, what show say nipa na command direction. What me take criteria no. Now on the video the movie kwa I bounce ye na ye den. Ye ba no. And the other part too is that they also feel like my brother and menya me path. Also called brother. So when I say lack of education, I'm not insulting even I'm just saying that I've had certain conversations and you know what say Musia de say do I'm not insulting anybody. I have friends in the industry. Calibos is my friend. Kokoba Sama is my friend. Peter is my friend. I have a lot of them. A lot of them are my friends. I'm saying that those who have found the way, they want to show the others. One more trauma, the system you have to go through. One more thing you go through.
Okay.
And I so one man the choir no. Only how person will boot to feel. Not no question. So to be protected. So but when you learn, you understand how they do A, they do B. Now also that then, I don't subscribe. I support you. No be Antonio movie more be 100 Ghana cedi. Say out on toes. Yeah mau butter. And I will turn emo. I am a butter. And turn movie 100 Ghana.
Mate, Vida, conclude ni yanko.
Makana meka biem say mwanka sano. Yakase muyi mumu ba kuno ndi manim kaya. Obeko 1 year na munye nipa no because obia feel say oduru ho no ma onu de na hia sem be duru ho ansa no de ku ni nyina collective problem ne duru ho mu so yema musika na munya moa bia na mo kate corners e krom ho for de o ye ne so che bebre mo mpe o be biara ne enko ne sa emmoa esi ano Nigeria for movies no aba from kakran influx no from compared to the previous years. This is a time I want some fix some ho na mo take advantage.
Okay. Right. So I need to make the ABC. I mean I will say show no cheesy pizza and a sponsor. So cheesy pizza has all you want from juicy smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get 1 small pizza, fries and chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. We be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026 4133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. A reminder that the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is still ongoing. We are celebrating our 22nd anniversary. GhanaWeb is 22 years, and as part of our activities, we want to reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. And so, if you see anything that poses as a threat to lives and properties, let's know. Kindly film them or alert us. We are live and interactive on all social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. Is the handle at the GhanaWeb, or send us an email, newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com. So let's help reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, we've ended submission of nominations. So it says nominatee will be our partner. What's next is a shortlisting. And when the shortlisting is done, we'll present to you the list of nominees for you to vote. It's the People's Choice Award. So, nominatee, nomination, no deadline. Abewie, until nominatee will be a bio. Thanks for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. I've been on the show with Naniel 18. He's with OnePlayAfrica.com. He's Tilly's boss. Yes. And watch out for the bold conversation episode 4. Yeah. Tilly is still on the seat.
Yes.
But the Duchuma Boatin is a columnist, vivid, vicious, vociferous, who they eat via the Duchuma Boatin. So, and also Eddie no. Atawachi is a movie producer. Producing movies in 2013 and then 2017 was Mama Boka. So in the Atawaja now will be tribute. Will be tribute. On trifle. Dabi. Sa and one year yes say in so far by no just say unum so bio. Ha inti sana be the movies ne ba bontia monto emaye ne ye hye mo se mo so anase ye ka a kire mo se mo ma standard ne enko se de be eja nane a se enyi but ebe me de be wogidi o ebe pa efra me ben
you say no
me din the benefit bo in Abrantipa nane a se ji se enyi but nana no that thing I disagree. Forget him. I mean, it shall be well. Yes. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum. My name is. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thank you for watching.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation, is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Hello there and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Na Oyokwote. Now is the start of another weekend, and of course, I am here to bring you a recap of business news that made headlines during the week, as well as an exclusive interview. This week on BizTech, we'll be talking about sneaker laundry, I beg your pardon, and my colleague Mauli Aholumega sat with two co-founders who turned dirty and old sneakers into spanking new. Desmond Konedu and Richard Kobler are the co-founders of Shoe Lab. Have a look.
This company started some 14 months ago with the premise of ensuring that your footwear is clean. That company is called the Shoe Lab. I'll be speaking with the brains behind the Shoe Lab, and they'll be taking us through the entire process of how to get your shoe cleaned. They are my guests on this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholumega. Yeah, welcome back from that break. So today I have here with me the CEO of Shoe Lab and operations manager of Shoe Lab, Desmond and Richard. First, I'll go to Desmond. Desmond, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Richard, how are you? Nice one. So tell us where we are now.
We are currently at Shoe Lab, on branch. This is the second branch of Shoe Lab.
Okay.
So that's where we are now.
All right. Okay. Desmond, you are the chief executive of this company. What was your first decision to set something like this up?
Decision? Well, myself, I'm a sneaker lover.
Okay.
Just like my friend told you earlier. I wouldn't say I am or he is a sneakerhead. We are sneaker lovers from childhood. He's been my friend from, you understand? So we love sneakers. And then we believe that these days, like this world we live in, is kind of problem-solving world. Okay, so it was a within problem. Okay. Himself and I. We realized that at the point we couldn't make time to clean our shoes again. Meanwhile, we have like huge love for it. You understand? Yeah. So we just sat down. Like I contacted him someday and told him that we'll go. Now that we have like large quantity of shoes that we can clean, I'm sure people out there having the same problem. So why not start something? Yeah. And he was like, oh yeah, cool. Then there's this other friend of ours, Bobby. Okay. So we told Bobby about it, and he also seemed to like the idea, and that was it.
Okay. Wow. And you've been running for how long?
For now, I think we started somewhere June last year.
Okay. So that's quite short.
Yeah.
And how's the business going so far?
Oh, honestly, so far so good.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it. I like it myself. And we've actually paused whatever we had doing in the past, and now we've given this our full attention. So.
Okay. But what first were you doing before you ventured into this?
From school, I used to own a boutique.
Okay.
Like I told you, we love sneakers and all. So we used to have the same place where our first branches.
Okay.
So that was what we were into.
Okay.
We used to travel sometimes and bring goods down and then.
Okay.
That's how it's always been.
Right. So when you first started, how many shoes did you begin with, if you can remember?
I can't record the exact quantity. But then when we started, everything in the shop, as at the time we started, was my shoes and his shoes.
Okay.
That was what we started with. Like, we cleaned them, the dirty ones we had inside, we brought them out, cleaned them, and then we displayed.
Okay.
And then we had a call from my friend, Rami, because we started making noise about it on Snapchat.
Okay.
The friend called and he's like, oh, yo, I have some shoes. And he brought about, do you remember?
Sizable quantity, I think 12 pairs.
Okay.
For the start, his own personal collection, so we bought them for a start, and that was how we kicked off.
Okay. So basically you started with your own shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, but how was the response like for yourselves? Not before when you started having customers and all that.
Honestly, I wouldn't lie. It was crazy.
Okay.
Because after Rami called, I don't know if it was because of the Snapchat posting we were doing or no, I don't know. But then the calls kept coming.
Started coming
and please, where can we locate to shop? You know, it was great. So.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I know you guys clean shoes here. I saw, checking your website, I saw you do other stuff. I saw something like deodorization and all, some terms. So first, what's the first step if somebody wants to get their shoe cleaned? Because I see a number of shoes here. I'm sure these are for people. Yeah. So what kind of shoes do you first get in to come in here in this lab?
Well, we do anything footwear. So whatever problem you have in your shoe, you just bring it and then. But the first stage is, I know like how you probably like heard of us. So
I actually saw you guys on Instagram. My boss shared.
When people come across our page on Instagram, what they do is they pick the number, they call, and we are like, oh, this is our location. Would you want us to pick it up, or you would like to drop them off yourself? Then people, most of them prefer the pickup section. So we do that sometimes. People love to bring them themselves as well too. At least tell us what exactly they want us to do on the shoes for them. So they bring it and then we're good.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Richard a bit. Richard, so you guys are basically magicians of shoes.
Yeah.
So are you telling me here today that no matter how bad the shoe is, you can take care of it?
That's what we want to pride ourselves with.
Okay.
As we stand, we want to pride ourselves with being the best. You know, because I don't think in this industry that we are in and in this line of business we're in, I think this is the best of its time.
Okay.
So we like to pride ourselves with that. So what better way to pride yourself in but knowing you are the first and knowing you are the best at it. So that's what we pride ourselves in. So we like the challenge. Like there are shoes that come in black and leave white.
Wow.
There are shoes that come in white and leave black. So we like those kind of challenges. We like upgrading shoes, we like mending the shoes, we like cleaning them. Aside cleaning the shoes, we do all sort of things when it comes to mending, patching, shoes, sneaker customization and all those stuff. So we like to pride ourselves that way and see that.
Yeah, but also just a quick follow-up. If the shoe has been lying down there for like many years.
Yeah, that's one of the main challenges we face here. Some shoes come in with the soles of the shoe. The soles is the under part of the shoes. They come in yellow because the shoes has been there for very long. Some people keep it under their beds for so long. So it comes in like, we tell you, oh, when I bought it, the sole was very white, but now it's yellow and all those stuff. And like, that's one of our specialties.
Okay.
We make sure we restore it back to how it was.
Without painting. We don't do painting.
Okay.
We make sure we bring them back to it like normal.
And I realize you guys also do some customization as well. You customize shoes?
Yeah.
Okay. All
right. So we have some machines.
Okay.
We use. Yeah. We wouldn't want to disclose what machine it is.
Yeah. Sure.
If not, we would have taken you inside to show you.
Okay.
But then what it does is you connect it to the PC, you design whatever you want to do, then you transfer it on the show. depending on what the customer wants. If the customer wants you to write his name, make a design or whatever. Some people to bring in black shoes, they want them white. They want them kind of edited, understand?
Okay.
And we do all that.
All right.
So that's what we term as customization.
Yeah. So basically you guys are not just clean shoes, but you also sort of mini graphic designers as well.
Like I told you, we do anything footwear.
Wow, that's interesting. I've been speaking with the CEO and the operations manager of Shoe Lab, and they are into cleaning sneakers and doing all things to your sneaker. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back from that break. I've been speaking with Desmond and Richard of the Shoe Lab, and now they'll be taking us through the process of how some of the shoes that are being brought here are cleaned. Desmond, I see you're holding some shoe. Can you explain how you're going to clean this?
Okay. Yeah. So the first step is we have to clean the sole.
Okay.
Yeah. People feel it's unnecessary to clean the soles, but then if you love your shoes, like I do, you can't wear a shoe as dirty as this one looks, and then you go put it back. You just can't clean the upper sole and
just drop it.
So we start with the soles.
Okay.
Like we clean everything here before.
All right.
But then obviously we will need like a sink or something to demonstrate.
Okay, so you take it to a specific place in the lab.
So I'll take it inside and then I'll bring it back for you.
All right. Yeah. So Richard, this one is taking the shoe to the other end for the sole cleaning. Now I see a lot of other shoes here. I see Nike. I see Fella, I see Vans, I see Louis Vuitton. I also see Converse here, and quite a number of shoes. Are these the kind of shoes you receive every time here?
Yep. These are some of the shoes we receive here. These are like the ones in mint conditions. There are some which are not so much in mint conditions. Those are the challenging ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on an average, how many shoes do you receive in a day or to a week?
In a day, we receive on average about 70 to 80 pairs of sneakers. That's on average, if we have to give it on average, 70 to 80 pairs. So within the week, we look forward to receiving about 500 pairs of sneakers every week here. So it's very, very challenging, it's very demanding.
Yeah, but is it also tedious, especially with your staff, having to clean all these numbers of shoes?
Yep, of course, we are new and there are challenges. We started as 4 friends, just 4, and currently we have 16 workers. So that should tell you like the impact it's had and like the challenges we face, because we need more hands and we need others as well. So that's it.
Yeah, so I see here that's the Timberland.
Yep.
Very, very legendary shoe. Yeah. So for a shoe like this, what do you do with it, like to clean it?
This shoe actually came in with a different color. And, yeah, and the clients wanted it changed into brown.
Wow.
So that's what we did. So we've changed the whole color to this particular color. So we're just going to polish it and we're just going to shine it up and we'll give it back to the client.
Yeah.
So, because what he wanted has already been done.
Yeah. So I also read something about deodorization, which is, I think, is like removing the odor of the shoe.
Yep.
How's the process like?
Some shoes, you know, as for wear, and some, not all people like wearing socks and all those stuff. So putting your direct feet into every sneaker, because there'll be some little funny sense. So we have special deodorizers that we use for shoes. They are only meant for shoes. So we deodorize the shoes to bring out the good smell back in the shoe. So we leave the shoe smelling like as if you just bought it, like a fresh pair.
Yeah. Who are some of these clients that come in here to bring their shoes for you guys to work on?
So our client is mostly everybody. Everybody is our client. But of course, in every establishment, you want some high-profile names to at least accept yourself that you are doing something good, you are doing something. Because it takes such people to let you know that you're actually onto something. So our first high-profile name we got to give us Medical. We started with Medical. He showed us a lot of love by driving to the shop personally to deliver his shoes with stuff. So Medical was like our first stop name. Since then, we've had a chance to work with SAC and his whole entire success team. We've had a chance to work with them. We've had a chance to work with Ukiti as well. We've had a chance of working with Familia, with Payday, with other high-profile names Regina Van Helvet. Yeah, she's a darling. She also showed us lots of love. Worked with Obibini of Xylophone. Worked with Samiba. So,
that's quite a very tall list. Now it looks like my friend Desmond is back. This one, I see your back, and you bought the shoe. Wow, it looks.
So now you can have it.
It looks like. So can I wear this, or you have to do something else?
No,
to
hold
it?
on, hold on. You can wear it.
Okay, so what are you going to do on the shoe
so
now?
As you can see, this side of the shoe is very dirty, as well as this side.
Okay.
So I will start by cleaning here.
Okay.
Here,
All
before
right.
I get to there.
Okay. All right.
So this is
a chemical you guys use.
correct.
Okay. All right.
This is water.
Okay. I see
this
some
is-
brush.
Yeah.
And I see what's this?
Yeah, it's like a hand brush.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then I see a deodorant as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
deodorizer. Yeah.
All right. So these are the major things that you use.
Over there is a dryer. Like
Okay.
shoe
Oh,
dryer.
so when we are done here, you bring it here and dry it.
Yeah.
Wow. So,
Yeah.
and you do all this in like how many minutes?
This one's like maximum of like 20 minutes. We should be done.
Wow. Yeah. And so for like a shoe like this, how much is it going to cost for you to clean this?
Our minimum charge is 30 cedis for
Okay.
a pair of shoes.
Okay.
Yeah, but
All
then
right.
when you bring the shoes in, and then we
Yeah.
have to do extra like stuff on them for you. We charge
Okay.
extra.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So there are different prices for the sole whitening and all.
Okay.
But
All right.
normally this shoe, like in this condition, we can't
Mm.
charge more than 30 cedis.
But if it's in a really, really bad condition, how
Yeah,
much are
we
you
have
going
to
to
charge more. That is how come we don't have like a price list. Like,
Oh, okay. So it
because we
depends
need
on the shoe that comes.
how dirty it is.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's cool. Okay. So you can take it away.
All right.
And then, so you're using this
Yes.
sponge.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my sponge.
Okay.
The shoe.
All right.
And then this is a sponge, right?
Okay.
The
Yeah, that's a
chemical,
sponge.
and
Yeah.
that's water in the
Okay.
brush.
All
This
right.
is a standard brush.
Okay.
And this one is very soft.
Okay.
So
All right.
because I wouldn't want to damage this side of the shoe,
Oh, yeah.
I would rather use
Use
this.
a softer one.
Yes,
Okay.
So because the chemical is highly concentrated, I would have to put it back in water to
Okay.
dilute it a little
So you
bit
sort of
before.
do a small concentration here to sort of
Exactly,
All right.
exactly, yeah.
That's cool.
So I'm starting with this side.
Okay.
Back here, then
Mm.
inside, then I'll do the upper sole. Then we dry it over there. And if possible, we deodorize it, and then we are good.
Okay. All right. So you clean that. I'll still be speaking with Richard.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Richard, so I'm sure you have quite a huge stuff here. You said 15.
Yep.
What have been some of the challenges you guys have faced so far?
There's a lot of challenge because this is eventually like you're venturing into a new business. So trust is key because you have the instances where you don't know who you're employing and all that. I'm pretty sure most CEOs face the same problem, but it's something you have to overlook because you are helping curb down the unemployment rate as well in the country. So some of the issues, they are big, like with some shoes come in and they are not really in the best of like condition, and some shoes they are like so just a few washing and you find out it's peeling off. So those are challenges, but we'll try to rectify everything out for those shoes.
Yeah, so let's come to the shoes a bit. I see this is a suede. You know, oftentimes people try to just use a normal sponge to clean it and all of that, and then the shoe doesn't really stay on long. Can you give us some little tips on some how you can clean your shoes?
Suede, what we advise with suede is you never use water on suede.
Okay.
Because water damages the whole suede content. It changes the color of the suede and all this stuff. So with suede, we always advise you use a suede spray.
Okay.
And we have a suede chemical that like we use on a mild brush. We use it to rub through the suede, and when you are done, it's good to go.
Okay.
So we don't use water on suede. That's what we advise.
Yeah. So I don't know. I saw some grinder. Do you guys use the machines to sort of make the shoes, mold them in a bit?
Yeah, we have machines that we use to enlarge shoes. Some shoes come in like maybe size 40. The person wants it at size 42 or something. So we have such machines that we use to enlarge shoes and all those stuff. So we have all those stuff.
So from your point of view, what would you say is a good shoe or a bad shoe?
It boils down to price.
But
a good shoe is a quality shoe. That's how we can just sum it up. A good shoe is a quality shoe. A shoe that to take you that extra mile. So that's what it boils down to.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now I see some tools here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is, and I don't know what this is. So can you just briefly just explain to me what this is and what this does?
Basically, this machine is one we got for sneaker customization, but it has to go through a whole lot of process before it eventually comes, because this machine gives you the actual size of what you want to customize. So it goes onto the shoes. So this machine is what we use for that.
So you guys are using technology as well, not just your normal hands to. Okay. All right. And then I see this. What does this do?
The name speaks for itself, an intelligent shoe dryer.
Okay, so this dries the shoe.
It dries the shoe in quick time. So some people bring their shoes in, let's say they bring it in at 12 and they say, oh please, I want to take it somewhere at 3 or something. So can you do it instant for me, like express way? So yeah, so when everything is done, you just put a shoe on here. It's a machine, it produces heat. And the heat is good enough that it won't affect the shoe, it won't melt the shoe, it won't bend the shoe down. It just produces the kind of heat that the shoe needs to get it dry right on time. So this is a
wow. So you guys are fusing technology. You're not just drying the shoe in the sun, but you have tools and equipment.
Some shoes can't even dry on the sun.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
oftentimes that's what a lot of people do.
Because of ignorance. Yeah, we do it and it's dry, but since we've got to understand more about sneakers, you know there are some shoes they don't require too much heat because it affects the material used in making the shoe. So some of them they require machines like this just to dry it up.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Richard. I'll come to my friend Desmond. Desmond, how far? I see you are using some machine to on the shoe. Yeah. So what are you doing now?
Okay, so I'm done cleaning inside of the shoe.
Okay.
So I'm now working on the upper sole.
Wow.
Okay, so this is a hand brush like I told you.
Yeah.
So now the first thing I did was I placed this in the chemical, diluted it, and I'm back on the shoe.
So everything has to do with some form of mix.
Of
you
course,
know, yeah. You don't just pick the things and then you just use them on the shoe. Okay. So now what next?
So yeah.
Okay. So we move now to the intelligent shoe dryer.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to put the shoe inside the machine?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so
I
need to turn it on first.
Okay.
Give it the temperature I want.
Okay.
Depending on how fast the customer needs the shoe.
Oh, okay. So you can dry the shoe in, like, what's the fastest you can dry the shoe?
5 minutes.
Wow. And it will be completely dry?
Yeah.
And the person will not need to dry it in the sun again?
No.
And they can just wear it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So you either fix it this way.
Okay.
This way. You just leave it for a while.
Okay.
Because this one is not ready. I can't bring it here.
Yeah.
I think we have 20 of these, so we can tackle about 20 shoes.
At a go.
At a
wow.
go, yeah.
Okay, wow. That's quite a lot of shoes, and it's really glad that you guys are using some form of technology as well to take it. I see this. What's this machine and what does it do?
This is also the shoe. It's part of the shoe.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
So
all right.
This is where we make the imprint on it. We cut it into size. This is where we heat stamp it and all this stuff.
Okay.
Before it feeds to the machine.
All right.
Cuts it to the shoe size. And we're good to go.
Okay. Yeah. So while we wait for the shoe, I'll speak with Desmond. Desmond. So you've been running this business for about 14 months, right? Yeah. That's almost close to 2 years, right? Where do you see this business going for you?
Well, as it stands now, we have 2 branches. Then we are working on another branch at Pentagon Hostels. We are planning on getting another branch at Tema, Kumasi. So honestly, I can't say everything out here, but then in years to come, it should be worldwide something. Yeah.
But have you had some collaboration so far? There, some people just call you and say, "Hey, we like what you guys are doing. We want to partner with you," or something of the sort.
Yeah. Like we've had about 10 calls already.
Wow.
People trying to come in, learn from us. Others too wants us to give them franchise. I even had a guy call me all the way from Canada that I like what you guys are doing, so can you please come through for us so that we open a branch and we are speaking with other people as well. So it's going to be a worldwide something.
So in the future, you're looking to set up some sort of academy where you have trained people, and then they all work under you. You teach them how the process and all of that. Okay, that's quite good. I mean, I really like what you guys are doing here.
You see how it's looking now?
Yeah, it's looking much more cleaner as well. And then also, it's dry as well.
Yeah.
Wow, so the intelligent shoe dryer really does some job, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now you use the deodorizer, right? Okay. And this goes inside of the shoe, not outside.
Inside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's to curb the odor.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Good.
So that's it.
Yeah.
I can have my shoe.
Of course you can.
Wow. This has been very insightful. And all of that. And then you package.
Yeah.
Okay.
We believe that people mostly buy their shoes from outside because of the box size, and most people will just drop it somewhere and then bring the shoes down. So,
Okay.
We provide these boxes for you to keep the shoes safe for you.
All right.
So.
Okay. Wow. So that's it.
Like that, yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah. So that's all we have for this week's edition of BizTech. I've been speaking with Desmond and Richard of Shoe Lab, and they've been taking me through the process of how to get your shoes clean. And this has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that eye-opening interview. But up next is Jefferson Seneaza with Tech Bits.
Welcome to Tech Bits. This week, we're going to talk about differential documents. Have you ever had the situation where you have one document, you start working on the same document, and by the end of the month or at the end of the week, we have 2 or 3 of the same type of document? Have you ever had thought if there is a simpler way to find the differences between the first document and the second document? Well, worry no more. This useful website helps you to actually differentiate the differences in between one document and the other. It helps you find the right missing links and helps you find the modified versions of it. It's almost like something that you easily do in Word, but this time of different documents at the same time. I thought it would be useful to bring it back to my Tech Bits audience. So let's get to it. You find it interesting. So, the different document checker is pretty simple. As you can see, the website address is diffchecker.com. That's DIFFCHECKER.com. Diffchecker. And it's very simple. There's actually a desktop app for those of you that want to have and work offline, and it has more features in there anyway, but the web version is pretty much just the same. You can put anything here and put anything there, and it would give you find a difference, and it will tell you this is the difference and that is the difference. You can put off the same, so you can literally just copy the same text into your original text, copy another document from that into the second change text, and click on find difference, and it gives you that much information. So you can see right there from the top, it tells you that and that. So you can literally just for example that, and we can have that, right? Just for example, and click on find difference, and it will tell you which spots are different and which spots are the same. You can use that to even use an editor or just compare the document. So it has an in-depth analysis. The desktop app, like I mentioned, is also available offline, and it helps you actually that. And you can do all this, as you can see, without even a sign up thing, but you can still create an account and get things done. So the website address is diffchecker, and don't be afraid to just explore and see the best of it. I hope you found this week very useful and very promising. Even if you're not going to use it, I encourage you to recommend this video to a friend or two, and I'll see you again next week. Bye for now.
So that was Jefferson Seneaja with Tech Bits, but we'll be back with Biz Headlines. Now to our first story. The Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited is expected to take delivery of some pipelines from the United States of America by the end of August 2021. This follows a 12-year delay in the delivery of the equipment as a result of some managerial setbacks and cost the country a total of $63 million US. Managing Director of the BOST, Edwin Provencal, in an interaction said an additional $8 million US was used to repair some of the pipelines that were damaged as a result of exposure to weather conditions over the lengthy period. We started the procurement of these pipelines in 2009 with an EXIM facility. Fast forward to today, the pipelines are still stuck in the United States of America, Houston to be precise. My two predecessors started sandblasting and repairing the pipelines. The good news is that by the end of August 2021, the shipment of the pipeline will commence. Now, Ghana recorded $874 million US worth of investment from 122 projects in the first half of 2021, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, an indication of the country's attractiveness as an investment destination. Of the total investment of $874 million US, the foreign direct investment component amounted to $829 million US, while the local components accounted for $44.72 million US. The FDI amount of $829 million US was a remarkable increase of 32.15% in inbound FDI compared to the FDI value of $627.52 million US recorded for the same period last year. This was in a statement from the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Italian oil giant Eni has sued the government of Ghana in a London court after a former energy minister, John Peter Amewu, in April 2020 issued a directive to the company and Springfield ENP to begin talks and combine their adjacent oil and gas fields. Mr. Amewu gave them until September 18, 2021 to reach an agreement. His directive said that seismic data had indicated Eni's Sankofa offshore field, which entered production in 2017, and Springfield's Afina discovery had identical reservoir and fluid properties. Eni is now seeking 5 reliefs from the tribunal. These include a declaration that the purported directives by Mr. Amewu and any other steps taken to implement those directives represent a breach of contract under the Petroleum Agreement. The local currency is likely to take a further dip during the last 4 months of the year 2021, an economist has revealed. According to Courage Mate, the pressure on the cedi, as well as some external factors like inflation, will further cause its depreciation. Looking at the amount of pressure on the currency already and looking at the size of the external factors for Ghana until the end of the year, we see scope for some more depreciation, albeit modest depreciation before the end of the year. So from where we are, it would not be out of place to see the cedi recording some more depreciation. He further added that, first of all, if you look at the fact that by the end of this year, we still expect to record a current account deficit in the region of 3%, and we're still looking at an inflation rate, although in single digits this year, but above 8%. These indicators show that there is scope for the depreciation of the cedi beyond where we are today. Head of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, Professor Peter Quartey, has said the success of the yet-to-be established National Development Bank will largely depend on the appointed personnel to run the entity. According to him, the NDB must further operate in a well-efficient business model, which will be devoid of political interference. Making his submission during a presentation at a public dialogue organized by ISER on the theme National Development Bank and Sustainable Financing in Ghana, Professor Quartey lauded the idea of establishing the bank. According to him, there is no doubt that we need long-term financing. What we are providing is short-term, but certain investments require long-term financing. Unfortunately, we have given our banks universal licenses, and so all of them go into retail and other more profitable ventures than lending to the sectors which will transform the company. And that's why we need a national development bank. It's not here. It's not here. I have to open it. Okay. Now on our final story, the Institute of Fiscal Studies has called for a renegotiation of agreements involving Ghana's oil and extractive sectors. According to the institute, the country is losing out on its revenue generation due to poor negotiations. The IFS compared Ghana's earnings in the oil sector to that of Nigeria and Botswana, saying that Nigeria is earning 51% of their oil revenue and Botswana is getting 65%, while Ghana is getting 16%. Speaking at a forum on Ghana's domestic revenue mobilization mode organized by the IFS, research fellow at the IFS, Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie, said, "We have to try and renegotiate our oil deals if they are not going to cost us too much. If we cannot renegotiate, then we have to forget about it and look into the new discoveries. We are not part of the production process in our extractive sector. We are only taking royalties." It's a wrap for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news updates. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. Get interactive with us on all our social media pages. On Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, we are at the GhanaWeb. Have a great weekend. My name is Na Oyokwoti. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
continue thriving and obviously achieve higher. And everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes, they will still do very well.
Welcome to the Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. This is an external edition of the show, and I'm sitting in for your regular host, me Akwe Ismail Akwe. My name is Wanda Amihegan. We are currently at the University of Ghana, Legon, and today we explore the subject of literacy in Ghana and where we are as a country. To help us do this, we have someone who is knowledgeable and an expert in his field. I'll tell you more about him when we return from this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. I am Wanda Amihegan, and our guest today is Prof. Kofi Ejekum. He is the head at the Department of Linguistics here at the University of Ghana. Prof.
Okay, let me do a quick correction. I'm a professor here. I'm not the head.
Okay.
Our head is Dr. C.K. Appa.
Right.
Okay.
I like to call you Opinion from time to time.
No problem.
Thank you for allowing us into your office.
Thank you for thanking me.
Right. You have about 70 article journals and 15, books to your credit. You're a big man.
I'm not a big man.
How did you manage to get there?
Well, for me, writing is a passion. And I tell some of my colleagues, anytime I'm not writing, anytime I'm not engaged in a new article, I feel a little bit sick. So it means that I have to now do the best out of me, come and find out if I can get a new article to work on. So that's how I go about it.
Okay, but was it hard to get there?
Normally when you start as a beginner, it's not easy. Because especially when you are writing to international journals, their style of writing will be different from yours. When you send the articles are sent to reviewers, at least 2 reviewers, each with their comments. And when the comments come, but sometimes you get saddened by some of the comments they give. But you only have to persevere and strive. So at some point in time, you become used to some of the comments, you become used to the style of writing, especially formatting with regard to referencing is a very difficult area. But as you continue writing and you keep on writing, you master the field.
That's you talking about writing.
Yes.
But I mean, before you even got into writing, schooling and everything, I understand you entered the university at the age of 31.
Yes.
Which is a little bit unusual because usually people would come at a younger age.
Yes.
How was that for you?
For me, after elementary school, MSLC, do you understand that? Middle School Living Certificate.
Okay.
I had to go and do what we called people teacher. So I was a people teacher for 2 years before I entered training college. I didn't go to secondary school.
Oh, okay.
So my 4 year in teacher training, I trained myself to do self-tuition. And then I registered for NOBDEC during my final year because I wanted to aim high and move beyond the set A. So after that, I did my O-levels and then I ventured into my A-levels. And then I had the opportunity to go to the School of Ghana Languages, at Jumakon, to do a 3-year diploma in Ghanaian languages. So after that, I had to teach for 3 years. Because to enter into any new field of studies, you have to enjoy study leave. Because I couldn't have done that without study leave. To enjoy the study leave, you might have taught at least for 3 years. So after training college, I taught for 3 years, entered a Jumakon, finished a Jumakon, and had to teach 3 years before coming to Legon. So that accounted for that.
Okay.
So for me, I was doing what I refer to as education by installments.
Okay. Okay.
You study a little, you go to work, and then you continue.
Okay. So that was a lot of education before you even entered the university?
Yes.
Okay. But talking about that age, and usually people would say they find it difficult to continue because they couldn't start at an earlier age, and so they would rather forget education altogether. Do you think age should be a barrier?
Not at all. It's not a matter of determination. Quite recently, I think one of the ambassadors for South Africa, he graduated with a PhD. He's more than 70 years. So when it comes to education, there's no age barrier, unless you don't want to study.
Okay. Let's talk about Ghana and the subject of literacy.
Yes.
From where you sit, where do you think Ghana stands? Are we growing? Are we retrogressing?
I haven't done any scientific research into that, but I can say that it looks as if the reading habit is slowing down. And one of the reasons is that now students and pupils go to school and they are aiming at exams. They come here, they start asking, do you have PASCO? In those days when we were schooling, when the Ghana Education Service was sending books by the Ghana Book Supply, they were coming along with what we refer to as supplementary readers. So every school had that. And after school, or even within break, students are tasked to go and pick some of the books and read. I don't think these days we have that system. The libraries were filled with some of these books. How many districts have libraries? We have all kinds of newspapers. Now the newspapers are more political than being helping the students. So that's one.
What was the supplementary book supposed to do?
They were supposed to complement the textbooks.
Okay.
Because the textbooks had chapter 1, chapter 2, with some exercises and drills. But the supplementary books were stories, fiction, prose, drama, poetry, to be added to what they were using as textbooks.
Okay.
They were all over. These days, the reading habit is more of what you call your technological age, where social media. And people prefer to read things on the social media rather than picking the books and reading from the books. That's also accounting for the low literacy rate.
But don't you, where do you think the problem comes in over there? Because, I mean, social media is attractive, more attractive to the youth. So isn't there a way people can put the habit of reading onto social media or transfer it into technology?
It's not habit formation. Because habit formation is by constant repetition.
Okay.
If you do something today, and you do it tomorrow, and you do it the next day, and you do it throughout the week, it becomes a habit. So if people are tuned to social media, and they are interested in the pictorial and the video and sensational stories here and there, somebody has fought with a girlfriend and all those things. I'm sure if you put Chinua Achebe's book there, they will read. So it's a matter of habit and how the attitude and how people tune their minds to.
So what you are saying is that literary pieces cannot be made in such a way that it attracts the youth?
Because I'm sure you're on social media.
Yes.
What's the longest thing that you'll be ready to read?
Not very long.
Not very long.
Yes.
So you are interested in reading this piece, tuning to the other piece, and finding out about a chief who has recently been fined, blah, 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 blah. You're interested in getting about 40 of them read on there, as compared to we putting Ama Atal Edu's book, the same platform for you. How many of your age group will go in for that?
Okay, so
if it is not a set book to be examined.
And how can that issue be solved? Because there needs to be a solution.
The solution will be, normally when people ask of solutions like this, I want to start from the home. That if every parent is ready to get books for the children and then imbibe that habit of reading in these children at their younger age. Anytime you move out, you come with a book, you give it to them, you time them, that by the end of these 3 days, 1 week, you might have finished reading this book. The child will finish and ask, is there any other book? They are building up this habit in them. So then, if at some point in time, if you put these things there for them, they'll be ready to read. Because the reading habit, I can tell you, is dwindling. That's why even at areas of administration, somebody comes as an administrator and sees a pile of information, correspondence to go through the whole day. How many people will get the time to scrutinize every single sentence and check what their meanings and implications are before they append their signature? It's not a matter of reading habit. And even in Parliament, how many people get the opportunity to read all the things that they give to them before they give their comments? Even in meetings, everywhere, it could be Legon, it could be any other place. Before a meeting, they send the dossier, and sometimes they are packed like these ones. How many people get the opportunity to go through every single page so that they can make constructive contributions and criticisms at the meeting? So that's where we find ourselves.
Okay. Prof, is it enough to just read? Because, I mean, the literacy rate, according to data by World Bank data in 2020, has risen by 8%. But we find people who say they are literate moving around, and you see, for example, road signs, but they don't use this. It's not practical. Is it enough to just read?
It depends on how you want to read it. If you are just flipping the pages and you think, oh, I'm done, that's not reading. If you are reading and you want to get information, you read, you come back after 2 lines or 3 sentences to find out whether you have understood what you've read. And that if you are asked about what you have read, can you say, yes, I got A, B, C from that? It's not just reading things like newspapers where you have graphic 56 pages and within 5 minutes you are done. That's not reading.
Okay, so you read to understand.
You read to understand, and you read to acquire information and knowledge.
So where does practicality come in?
Practicality in terms of, if I'm reading something, and I do that a lot, I have all kinds of books. I'm reading to use the knowledge in writing an article. So the reading is serving a practical purposes. I'm getting information from these readings to be able to get informed knowledge to be able to write my article. So that's for a practical purpose. I call it pragmatic reading. I'm reading because I have a context in mind. I'm not reading just because I need to read. No.
Prof, let's hold it there. We'll be back to continue the conversation. This is still the lowdown, and we are having a conversation with Professor Kofi Ejekum. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is the lowdown. We are speaking with Professor Kofi Ejekum, and he's giving us an insightful background about the current state of Ghana's literacy. Prof.
Yes.
Where does language or linguistics come in when, as far as the subject of literacy is concerned?
Without linguistics, you can read. But linguistics is the science of every language. So the letters that you find in the books, in the written, the sounds that people pronounce, the connections between how the sounds are brought together to form the words, and how the words are strung together to form the sentences, and how the sentences are meant to give meaning, the semantic meaning, and how we want to find out whether this meaning is applicable in this context. They are all parts of linguistics.
Okay.
So all the things that we do here are about language.
Now, the general perception usually is that when people say you're literate, it means utebrofo, or you speak very good English. But literacy, I suppose, doesn't only have to do with English language. It has to do with other languages. So where does local language come in?
So anytime people say literacy is the ability to read and write, I always want to ask them, ability to read and write what? And the perception is ability to read and write English, which is a fallacy. Does it mean that anybody who is not an English speaker, somebody coming from Japan, and you can read fluently and write fluently in Japanese language, and then write so well in Chinese language, is that person not literate? So I think that definition given by people who are Anglo-centric should be put aside. And if we are looking at literacy, it's ability to read and write a language or languages. Then all languages can be factored into that definition. So if you look at that, then if somebody can read and write any of the Ghanaian languages, that person is literate in that specific Ghanaian language. So we are going to get literates in Ewe, literates in Kasem, literates in Ga, literates in Akan.
Okay.
All the aspects of Akan. So that's how we have to look at literacy. So there are some people who are literate in English, but illiterate in their own Ghanaian languages.
Yeah.
And that's a shame. I don't know whether you are one of them. I don't know. But people pride themselves because they are literate in English. And they don't feel ashamed they are illiterate in their own languages.
Illiterate meaning even though they can speak, they can't write.
They can't write, they can't read.
Okay.
Just go to the church and give the Ga Bible, Nzima Bible, or Tree Bible to some people who are scholars with PhD, whether some of them can read. So they are literate in English, fine, but they are illiterate in their own languages.
Okay.
And they are not bothered about that. They rather tease people who can read in their own languages and cannot read English.
In English.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But we are all the same.
Right.
We are all literate in one language and illiterate in other languages.
Okay.
That seems to be the issue.
Right. So when we talk about languages, it's a broad subject because there are different languages. But when we speak about local languages, and especially in connection with you, it appears you have decided to focus more on the Akan language.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a particular reason, and what piqued your interest in the Akan language?
Because first and foremost, I might have told you that I did O-level Ghanaian language. I've done A-level Akan, and I did diploma in Akan.
Okay.
So at least I have a strong background in the language. And I've also done research on mother tongue education and what it can offer to mankind.
Prof, before you continue, I mean, you did all these things you've mentioned in the Akan language.
Yes.
Why not any other language? Why Akan?
Because first and foremost, that is my mother tongue.
Okay.
And people think naturally in their mother tongue. So if you are learning your own language, it's easier.
Yeah.
unfortunately for me, because of the geographical areas that I found myself, it was not possible to learn other Ghanaian languages. Because I did my elementary education in Ashanti region, we speak Akan. I did my training college course in Bono, in Kransa. They also speak Bono, which is Akan. I don't need any interpreter between a Bono speaker and myself. And then I furthered my education in Central Region, Ejumako, where they also speak Akan. So I didn't get the opportunity to learn any other language because of this geographical location that I found myself. I would have preferred to learn other languages, especially Ga. I wish I could speak Ga or speak Ewe or speak Nzema, but unfortunately I didn't get that. So then I had to hold on to the Akan that I thought I knew, and then be a crusader of the Akan language, so that people will know that if you can also study Akan, it's not a case that because you are not intellectually bad, that's why you have chosen to study Akan. So that has been my crusader. And I can tell you, I've enjoyed studying, researching, and teaching in Akan, and broadcasting in Akan. And I've never regretted, and I will never, ever regret being an Akan scholar.
Okay. Why is it important to learn, you know, or be literate in the local language side by side the English language or any other language?
So what happens is that if you are multilingual or bilingual, bilingual is knowing two languages, multilingual, that's more than two, right? And especially if you are a linguist, it helps, because you might have the theory, and for the theory you have to support it with examples. Sometimes the theory that you're learning, you can't find examples in your own language, but you realize that, oh, there are examples in another language outside yours. Then you pick it and you work around. So knowing many languages is very profitable.
Okay. In 2019, and I stand to be corrected, you advocated for the learning of local languages in our schools, more of it. Is there any particular reason for this?
Because if somebody calls himself a scholar, and you know all the theories and everything, and you don't know your own language. Again, people should remember that language and culture are strictly interwoven. So learning the language, you also learn the culture. And culture also comes with identity. So if you are a CEO, you know only English. You don't know your language, which is Nzema. Neither do you know the Nzema culture. Then you visit Nzema land. You'll be like an alien. So you've lost your identity totally. That's why it is ideal for everybody to at least know his or her own language or some of the Ghanaian languages. As for the English, you go to school, you learn. That's what I do. I tell my children, if you go to school, it's the duty of the teachers to teach you English. If they give you homework in English, I'm ready to teach you. But not when you come home and I'm going to communicate with you in English. No. So can you go and bring the cap? There we go.
Okay.
And when you do that, you are inculcating some social and cultural identity in the children, for them to feel that, yes, they are Akans because they can speak and understand the culture.
And 2 years on, I mean, since you called for this thing to be done, what do you think of
Unfortunately, I'm not a policy maker. I can only speak.
Yes, but I mean from observation.
But I can tell you, don't we do all the Ghanaian languages up to JHS? Yes, it's there. And some people continue with that up to SHS. And some people continue from SHS and they go and do degree. And here, one can opt in this department to branch into Ghanaian language section and do Akan do Ewe, do Ga, do Dagbani. But if you go to School of Languages at Jumakon, there are about 11 languages that somebody can pursue up to MPhil level. And I have even supervised one of my students, Dr. Nana Anima Biafiakente, who did her PhD. The whole thesis was written in Akan, from page 1 to the last page. Aren't we proud of her? Yes, we have to. So that is the issue, that even though we are studying them, we have to do more than this.
Okay.
And the attitude is the negative attitude towards the study of these languages that are driving some people away. People think that if you're going to secondary school and all that you can study is Ga, then let your father teach you at home. That's a wrong assumption. It's ignorance.
Okay.
Because don't people in Britain study English for BA, for MPhil, and for PhD? Don't we have professors of English who are native speakers of English? We have them.
Yeah.
So what is wrong for having a professor in Ga, in Akan, in Enzema?
Okay.
People who are ready to develop their own language at all levels. They should rather be applauded instead of being ridiculed.
Okay. Now, I think about a month ago, the president proposed that French may become a compulsory language in the country. What do you make of that?
Those are politicians. And they didn't start from this president. I remember the former president, J.A. Kufuor, went for a meeting in one of the Francophone countries. And when you go there, everything is in French, and you are given an interpreter or a translator. And sometimes you realize that what was said in French is not actually what is being translated to you. I've also observed that. Sometimes I travel, I've been to Niger and some of the countries. You listen to the speaker in French, and the translator comes with something either too brief or too long. Is this exactly what was? So when he came back, he realized that it would be nice for French to be made as one of the courses. This is over 10 years now. It hasn't worked. Yes, it is nice if we have Franco countries all around us, and we can also learn French, so that when we travel beyond our boundaries, we can communicate very well. And given the chance, every child is a potential multilingual. Because a child can learn all the languages that are set to him or her. So it won't be a bad idea. But you see, anytime we make this and strictly we make it examinable, that's where the problem is. So people have to pass all this and miss others. Meanwhile, the Ghanaian language is not compulsory. It's only compulsory at SHS. It's not compulsory at free. No, it's compulsory at JHS, but not compulsory at SHS.
When you say a problem, it means that it could be made compulsory, but it shouldn't be made a
examinable.
Okay.
Because the moment it's examinable, then people will draw their attention by teaching it for the children to be able to pass the exam. But you can make a communicative approach. The idea is for the children to become people who have working knowledge of the French language, so that they can communicate, they can write a little, but not sending them into all the theories.
Okay. Now, beyond Ghana's boundaries, how profitable is the local language, like studying and majoring in a local language? When you go beyond Ghana, how does it help an individual?
See, we talk about lingua franca. Have you heard the term before?
Yeah.
Lingua franca, a common language for people. English has become the most popular lingua franca. That's why wherever you go and you speak English, it's good. You can communicate with people. French is also like that. Spanish has become like that. All the languages that we find in West Africa and in Africa and some in Asia. Some of them don't go beyond the boundaries. And our local languages are like that. But let me also mention that in the US, United States of America, there are certain universities that are teaching Akan. I can mention about 9 of them. So they found it necessary to teach Akan over there. So one can do Akan here and find job there. There are also areas within defense and interior and foreign affairs where they need people like this. And even in the judiciary, because there are certain cases that will go to court, and the person, the criminal, so to speak, will say that he can't correspond in English. He will only speak Akan or Ewe, and then we may need some people to do the interpretation. So it's a job market for some of them. That's it.
Right. Now, you mentioned the perception, the wrong perception about majoring in a language in the university or beyond. How can this be solved? How can this bridge or this gap be bridged?
It's an individual affair first and foremost. Then we also need a policy. When we started with SHS earlier on, I think Harry Sawyer, the Minister of Education, there were 2 courses at the senior high school which were compulsory in the Ghanaian languages. They had 2 papers there earlier on. And it was a core. The Ghanaian languages were core. So that whether you like it or not, you have to do it. Just like English. Unfortunately, the results that came were not favorable to the elites. The elites had their children failing because you are airport residential. The person is doing Chi. But the person is at East Legon doing Chi. As compared to somebody in Fidium, for Fidium Goso doing Chi. So when the results came, it favored those in the rural areas. They weren't the policymakers. The policymakers then decided that this will go against us. So why not make the Ghanaian languages electives so that those who have the ability to write, they will do that. So that also slowed down the improvement of the Ghanaian languages. And some people who have been trained to teach Ghanaian languages, because the schools needed people to be dealing with core Ghanaian language and elective. Some headmasters and headmistresses laid off these Ghanaian language teachers because they had reduced the number of hours for them. So policy-wise, if the government is ready to get people involved in the Ghanaian languages, we'll be moving forward. But they have also forgotten that most of the elections that they win is because of the use of the local languages. Have you thought about that? They do all the campaigns in the local languages. They travel to the people, they want to speak the language the people can understand. Our current vice president, when he started, he couldn't speak Twi. Now he speaks impeccable Twi. Most of the songs that are composed for them during elections, they are normally in the local languages. So why can't they help us to develop them? Look at most of the adverts for businessmen and women. A lot of them are in the Ghanaian languages, because that is the language most people in the country understand. So if you want to sell and sell well, do it in the language that people can understand. Check media. When we started here, University of Ghana, I introduced the newspaper review in Ghanaian language. We call it FSM, somewhere in 1997. The maiden one was in April 1997. When news stations came, Peace FM, Adom, and all those came, and they realized the need to broadcast in Ghanaian language. Look at how they are moving up. So that's how we have to look at it. And note that the Ghanaian languages have a lot more to offer if we want to document and improve on its studies and teaching. That's what I think.
Prof, we are wrapping up the conversation, but
yes.
I want to ask about literary works.
Yes.
When you look at the system now and compared to 20, 30 years ago, do you think we are losing our literary people? People who write, people who poets, and people who are creative. Do you think we are losing them in today's system?
Yes, I would say. Because unlike those days where you had a lot of people into the art, literally art, writing. And when they wrote, they had the market. Now, to publish 1,000 copies is a mirage. Too difficult to get the market. It's even worse when it comes to Ghanaian languages. Because Nkrumah decided to build the Bureau of Ghana Languages. Nkrumah built that to be able to motivate people to write in the various Ghanaian languages and to get them published. Go and look at the state of that national asset. So people are not motivated. And if you want private publishers to print your book for you or publish your book, it's costly. So all these are part of the things that are more or less dropping the rate of literacy in the Ghanaian languages.
Okay. And I mean, this conversation is in tune with September 8th, World Literacy Day. But beyond this, how can this conversation go on? How can we talk about and advocate for literacy, both for English and for local languages in Ghana?
I hope that we shouldn't wait for it to be an annual affair. Once a while, we should have a way of organizing seminars and workshops, going for funding wherever we get it, and organize this. The media should also help. There are too much and too many spots for politics. So if we can have just a slot of 5 to 10 minutes for literally conversation all over, that would be fine. And then in our schools, we should have those things. We have drama, and then we have poetry. We should have groups, associations formed within the school, where the students will have what we call patrons, people who teach literature to help. And then on TV, there should be programs like that. That can help. And the government should be ready to pump some money into those areas. Probably bring back the Ghana supply, the Ghana book supply, whereby we can send some of these books to the schools. And then in the schools, whether in the local areas, rural areas, or in the urban centers, do well to have school libraries. And then have time where the children will go there and sit and read and be supervised by some of their seniors or teachers.
Opinion?
Yes.
Thank you for this very insightful conversation.
Thank you for
grateful
thanking
for
me.
your time. That's how we wrap up this edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest has been Professor Kofi Ejekum. We also know him popularly as Opinion Ejekum, and he's been telling us everything we need to know about literacy and the state of literacy in Ghana. Thank you for joining us. My name is Wandami Hagan, and I've been sitting in for your regular host, Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years.
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And thank you for joining us here at the Ministry of Information for what should be a very quick brief this Sunday afternoon. Just on a light note to start, I am beginning to share the view that there are big ministries and there are small ministries, Minister. Somebody told me that when the small ministries come here, the place is not too full. When the big ministries come here, you see that the whole place is full. This afternoon, we are joined by the Minister responsible for communications and digitalization. She's here with the full team to help us understand a number of things that are ongoing in the sector. I want to acknowledge a number of persons who are here with her, and then I'll make some 2 quick announcements as we start the briefing itself this afternoon. With us this afternoon, is the Managing Director of the Accra Digital Center, Mr. Eric Kofi Ofosu Nkansa. Thank you very much for being here with us. I hear today is your birthday. Oh, I see. Happy birthday to you. It means after that you have to... We're also here with Madam Patricia Dusei-Poko, Executive Director, Data Protection Commission. Where are you, Madam? Thank you for being with us. We're here with Madam Hamdiratu Zakaria, Executive Secretary, Postal Courier Services and Regulatory Commission. Mr. Eric Isuman is Acting DG, Ghana Meteo Agency. Dr. Collins Yeboafari, DG, Ghana India Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in IT. James Kofi, MD, Ghana Postal Company. Dr. Albert Intribu-Esiako, Head, National Cybersecurity Center. I saw you here earlier, Albert. There you are. Mr. Prince Sefa, Administrator at GIFEC. Mr. Richard Ochrefosu, Director General, NITA. Mr. Joe Anoche, Director General of the NCA. You're here. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. And the Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofo, Member of Parliament for Ablekuma West. There are a number of things that she'll be speaking to us on as part of a number of briefings that she'll be doing. There are so many things going on in the sector, but we're of the view that we have to break them up so that we can have time to interrogate them. Today, she'll be speaking to us on 3 major subjects. The first being the fact that the Girls in ICT program is gaining a lot more momentum and is impacting thousands of girls across the length and breadth of this country. She has some details that she'll give us on that. Also, this afternoon, she'll give us details on what they call the Central Equipment Identity Register. It's a register that her ministry is leading to develop to do a number of things, among them the fact that it will help to reduce the fakes and substandard or unhealthy electronic equipment that come into our jurisdiction. It will help to secure revenues for the Republic. It will also protect against unauthorized products coming into the Republic, whether they are stolen products or smuggled products, etc. She'll give us details of these and other matters. As I mentioned, this is just one of a number of briefings she'll be doing, but we are keeping it in chunks, or we are breaking it in chunks so that we can have time to interrogate them. But before I invite her to the podium, I have two quick announcements I want to share with you. First, if you please indulge me about some 30 seconds to observe something on the screen, and then I would read you these two announcements.
I welcome all of you to the launch of Spark Up 2021 under the theme Maximizing Ghana's Investment Potential.
It's the aim of this conference is to reignite the passion for investment in Ghana, but also for business, and to highlight the successes that we've had. And you saw one very interesting story of Niche Cocoa.
On this kind of conversation, that is what will spark up the growth, the jobs, and the incomes, especially after a pandemic like the one that we are having. And that is why Spark Up has been created. Now, the first announcement that I have for you, having observed that quick production, is that President Akufo-Addo will be leading efforts at easing what we call investor onboarding from Tuesday. So typically, the president himself, his ministers, the GIPC, they'll go around looking for investors. That's not even the difficult part. When they come into the Ghanaian jurisdiction, there now needs to be the exercise of onboarding them into the full economy so that they can function, so that they can set up and really work. The kind of challenges they are having, etc. The president will on Tuesday, September 7, 2021, lead a brand new effort aimed at easing investor onboarding in Ghana. The exercise, which is a collaboration between the GIPC and the Ministries of Information, Finance and Trade, aims at 1, accounting for the registered FDIs annually, and 2, tracking the efforts at onboarding them fully into the Ghanaian economy. It will focus on exploring ways of easing the bottlenecks and frustrations faced by persons who make efforts to invest in the Ghanaian economy. Just some quick data. The president will be demanding answers from the facilitator agencies on efforts at supporting these investments to be fully rolled out into the Ghanaian economy. We're told that these investments are supposed to create some 27,000 direct jobs. So the president will be demanding some answers. Where are these investments? How far have they come in terms of onboarding? He will also be using the opportunity to hear from investors about some of their challenges in the onboarding process, while leading efforts at easing the process. It's a one-day summit. It's expected to be attended by investors, potential investors, and investor facilitator agencies, the agencies responsible for ensuring that these investments really see the light of day. For you, our colleagues in the media, we are drawing your attention to this so that we can encourage you to support this exercise by highlighting the success stories that will come out of it, and also focusing attention on what the various stakeholders ought to do to ease the onboarding process for these investors. 27,000 job document or something. So the president himself is going to be leading this exercise, and we pray you to give it some attention. It will take place at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel. It will be carried live on various television and online platforms, and interested persons are encouraged to visit the website sparkup.gipc.gov.gh to register, so that they can also participate virtually, even if they haven't received invitations to be in the auditorium. So that's a quick announcement. We want to pray you to pay attention conversation as important like this, led by the President himself. One final thing to show you, and then we'll move into our briefing.
Every year, the President of the Republic of Ghana travels globally to, among other things, show up Ghana's investment opportunities to the rest of the world. How do we ignite a national passion to successfully onboard these FDIs? How should facilitating agencies support prospective FDIs? How can everyday Ghanaians partner or benefit from FDIs that are prospecting to come to Ghana? The Ghana Investment Promotion Center and the Ministry of Information present Spark Up, an annual investment onboarding summit which connects investors, facilitators, facilitating agencies, private service providers, and the general public to unlock fully Ghana's investment potential. It is the single most important platform that connects all the dots in the FDI ecosystem. President Akufo-Addo, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, Trade Minister Alan Tremanting, heads of financial institutions, regulators, investors, and prospective investors, and everyone who matters in the world of FDI will be there. Spark Up 2021 comes off on Tuesday, September 7, 2021 at the Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City in Accra. The event is strictly by invitation, and all COVID-19 protocols will be 2021, maximizing Ghana's investment potential.
So thank you for your attention. Before I invite the Honorable Minister to take the podium, there's one final government announcement that I want to put out. Government notes recent attempts by some persons to deliberately and without basis whip up political angst against the country's Agenda 111 project, which is aimed at closing the gap in the availability of healthcare infrastructure nationwide. President Akufo-Addo, if you recall, observed the commencement of works on the 17th of August 2021 in Trade and the risk factors that should be attended to for the agenda to succeed to benefit all Ghanaians. Disappointingly, we also noticed deliberate, politically motivated claims of impropriety being cooked up against the project. This includes a recent claim by a member of parliament for North Dai that the projects were illegally awarded and the contract prices inflated. Another claim, as I'm sure you are already associated with the project, were legally granted in accordance with approvals from the Public Procurement Authority. 2, in terms of costs, the cost of the district hospitals under Agenda 111, as you heard us mention right from this podium, about 17 million USD. This is about 50% of the cost of similar projects under the previous administration. It was costing between 25 and 35 million USD. The claim, therefore, of inflated contracts is therefore totally untrue, and we believe politically trumped up. Now, additionally, a third item is that the Finance Ministry has explained the $100 million, which is that these contractors will be drawing down on. These about 217 contractors who are working on the first 88 projects. They'll be drawing down on it for their purposes. We encourage a healthy public conversation on the project, but we strongly discourage any attempt to undermine it with the hope of making some partisan political gains. It's a quick response from government on that development. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, a number of things are going on in the communications and digitalization sector of the Ghanaian economy. Key among them, the Girls in ICT initiative, the Central Equipment Identity Register project, and then also the SIM registration exercise. I want to invite to the podium the Honorable Minister responsible for the sector to share with us today's brief.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister for Information, the Deputy Chief Director, directors and staff of the ministry, our media friends, and ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Happy birthday, Kofi Ufosu. The importance of digitalization in our rapidly growing society cannot be overemphasized. And the pivotal nature of this sector was brought to the fore with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, as indeed ICT played and continues to play an enormous role in ensuring continuity of work and business processes in every sector of the economy. Many institutions today are using digital platforms that make it easy to work from home and other locations to assist in promoting safety protocols and to limit the spread of the virus. Ladies and gentlemen, in a speech delivered by the President on 6 March 2018, he said, and I quote, "At its core, the poverty gap is a technology gap. The mastery of technology is what, at the end of the day, separates developed countries from developing ones, or rich countries from poor countries. This is the gap that we have to bridge," unquote. We in the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization will work assiduously with all ministries, departments, and agencies in a concerted manner to attain this objective. The expanded mandate of the MOCD to include digitalization will ensure that the government's multi-sectoral digital agenda is properly coordinated by this ministry, and it requires the integration and possible expansion of existing digital infrastructure, applications, and services to prevent duplication, fragmentation, and waste of scarce national resources. The sector holds the key to the transformation of our entire economy through technology, and we intend to lead efforts to achieve that. As indicated by the Honorable Minister for Information, the presentation this afternoon will focus on girls in ICT, the Central Equipment Identity Registry, and SIM registration. There will be other, hopefully soon, opportunities for us to share some of the many other interventions that are going on in the sector with you. On girls in ICT, we all know that there is a gender digital divide and a digital skills shortage in globally, actually, not just in this country. And if indeed we want women to also take their place as partners in development of our engage with the digital economy that is rapidly unfolding globally. The ministry continues to empower the youth with these digital skills, which they urgently need to thrive in the new world of work, as traditional jobs are gradually being lost to the opportunities created by these technologies. Under the Girls in ICT project, 584 girls from 8 districts just in the OT region were trained in basic computer skills, coding, and HTML in 2020, despite the pandemic. We had initially planned to have 3 Girls in ICT sessions last year, but unfortunately we're unable to do it because of the pandemic. The OT region edition of the Girls in ICT project was also the first one in which we had both a virtual and an actual, both training and climax session. And we believe it went very well. In 2021, we've projected to train 3,000 girls in 3 regions. We're starting late though, but by the end of the year, we would have attained this objective in the 3 named regions. 9 districts in Western North and Prestia-Honi Valley, which missed out on the Western region training, have been selected to present 1,000 girls to be trained in basic computer skills, fundamentals of programming, Scratch, and HTML. The ministry has completed the training of the first batch of 500 girls. The training of the second batch of 500 girls will commence tomorrow, Monday, 6 September to 11 September 2021. The mentorship and climax of the event will be held on Wednesday, 15 September 2021 at Sefrioso under the global theme, Connected Girls, Creating Brighter Futures. I wish to state The government has been implementing this project with the able support of the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, the NCA, the National Communications Authority, the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in ICT, and various regional coordinating councils. Happily, MTN has also made a generous donation of 10 million cedis to support this initiative for the next 3 years. This is a major boost from corporate Ghana, and we wish to encourage other corporate entities and individuals to support the cause of bridging the digital gender gap in ICT. American Towers and all the network operators have also supported this program in various ways, particularly with the Open Day celebration, which is part of the component of the Girls in ICT, at which we bring the best performing 100 girls to Accra to interact with women living and working with technology in their workplaces, to demystify technology and let them see that it is not just theory we're imparting to them, but there is a real livelihood to be made if they take up careers in ICT and in the future and focus on it. I'm grateful to all of them as well. I believe NITA, the Cybersecurity Authority, Accra Digital Center, and other ICT sector agencies have also been part of the Open Day event, which has enriched this program considerably. I received letters from the girls who last took part in the Open Day celebration from the Western region, and they all indicated that it was a life-changing event for them and has focused their attention on taking up careers in ICT. It is these initiatives that will enable them to know that there is no barrier too high for them to scale in the world of ICT. We are hopeful that other corporate entities and individuals will also initiative after the Western North to ensure that the region is impacted by these activities. It is our hope that the girls would experience enthusiasm amongst them for ICT education and careers. We will be introducing other models with the support of Huawei Technologies Ghana Limited for secondary, second cycle, and for tertiary students in Ghana through their SEED program. And in subsequent interactions with you, would give you much more information about this initiative as well. We're grateful to Huawei also. The purpose of this initiative is to encourage and empower girls and young women to consider studies and careers in the growing field of ICTs, enabling both them and the technology companies reap benefits of greater female participation in the ICT sector. I say it without equivocation that whatever women put their minds to, they deliver 100% and plus. So the girls in ICT will also deliver even beyond our wildest expectations. On the Central Equipment Identity Registry, to address the challenge of the smuggling and trade in counterfeit, stolen and substandard mobile devices, and increase the potential for enhanced revenues, technology has been developed to ensure that these devices only function when they enter the country through legal means. A Central Equipment Identity Registry records all devices in the country and reduces the influx of smuggled and counterfeit mobile devices. Each operator has an mobile equipment identity codes, IMEI numbers, of the handsets of all the subscribers on a particular cellular network. The IMEI is a unique identity code which is given to all GSM devices. When the mobile device is connected to a particular network, it requests the IMEI of that mobile device, and it is sent to their EIR, the Equipment Identity Registry, for further authorization processes. The CEIR, which is the Central Equipment Identity Registry database, integrates IMEI numbers of the EIRs of all the networks. As the information is stored in the CEIR, it will be periodically updated in the EIR of all the networks. The Ghana CEIR, the Central Equipment Identity Registry, will be connected to the global database of the GSMA to access the IMEI of approved mobile network operators in Ghana, to synchronize and update the data of blacklisted and whitelisted devices. It will generate and store a list of all blacklisted and whitelisted devices in our own repository. The importation of mobile devices will require that the IMEI of all the devices are captured on the CEIR database during the declaration. The captured information will synchronize with the GSMA database and confirm the standard and ownership status of the device. Compliance to customs duty payment will also be ensured during the declaration process. Innovations in Ghana, and we are expanding the focus beyond access by implementing programs and plans that focus on the widespread secure adoption and usage of information. And we're working to establish and maintain secured digital platforms, applications, and systems in Ghana. Government believes that having the CEIR database is a key step towards enhancing our digitalization. I'll come back to this bit later on. We will be implementing handset and equipment registration alongside the SIM registration and set up the CEIR as stated in the EI Executive Instrument 63. The Central Equipment National IMEI database. Mobile device manufacturers estimate that about 5 million mobile devices are imported into the country annually, but the necessary customs duties and taxes are paid on only 60% of these imports. Data from the Ghana Revenue Authority confirms that 40% 4 million mobile subscribers with a mobile penetration rate exceeding 119%, and there's a huge market for mobile devices. The unregulated market in Ghana has resulted in a thriving black market with sales of smuggled mobile devices, a high incidence of device theft, and cloning device identifications. Smuggled devices are sold through visible retail sites, unofficial retail outlets. Registered businesses have to battle unfair competition from smuggled devices, which are cheaper and threaten the survival of legitimate businesses. Health implications due to products not designed to meet regulatory requirements on the market, resulting in high radio frequency exposure, which may cause cancer and other diseases and dangerous battery explosions. Poor hardware and software design, leading to higher call drops, which exhaust the network resources, resulting in poor service quality and customer experience. And the influx of stolen phones shipped from other countries by criminal syndicates. Finally, it also creates an incentive for the theft and resale of devices, increasing the crime rate and heightening the sense of insecurity among citizens. These stolen devices can also be used to commit other crimes. With the registration of SIM cards, if your device is stolen and used, it will be traced to you, even though you may not have been involved in the crime that was committed with your phone. And that is why there is the need for government to establish the Central Equipment Identity Registry. My next point is on SIM registration. In 2019, on this very forum, we indicated that we would commence SIM registration in March 2020. However, due to the pandemic, we were unable to do so. I'm happy to announce that the Ministry and all stakeholders in the sector will launch the national SIM card registration exercise across the country next month in October. The Subscriber Identity Module Registration Regulations 2011, LI 2006, mandates network operators or service providers to activate a subscriber identity module, SIM, only after the subscriber registers the SIM to an individual, certificate of incorporation in the case of a body corporate, or registration in the case of a partnership or an unincorporated body of persons, and provide an identification document as well. Only the national ID card, the Ghana card, issued to an individual shall be used for registration of SIM cards of citizens, foreign residents in Ghana, and foreigners staying in Ghana for more than 90 days. In the case of foreigners staying in Ghana for less than 90 days, a valid passport or other travel document will be required. This isn't the first attempt to register SIMs, but all previous efforts failed because of the lack of a verifiable, secure identification document. The above situation also led to the influx of pre-registered SIM cards in the system due to our inability to track and trace people who commit crimes with their SIM cards. The prevalence of fake IDs and the non-existent system of verifying the IDs also led to unscrupulous individuals procuring hundreds of SIM cards for SIM boxing, leading to the loss of revenue to the state and the network operators. The Ghana card provides the basis for a successful SIM registration exercise this time around. Many benefits would accrue to individuals, organizations, and the state with SIM registration. When undertaken correctly, as we intend to do, it will reduce or eliminate fraudulent or criminal activities, help authorities ascertain the accurate number of valid and accurate SIMs on their networks, enable operators to build better demographics of their customer base, and help them develop products and services to suit the various groupings. The regulator, NCA, will also get more accurate data to regulate the industry even better. SIM registration will enhance economic growth as more confidence is built in the telecommunications sector and people utilize secure devices to access e-government services and other private mobile-based digital solutions. It will minimize mobile money fraud, identity fraud, and support financial inclusion across the vulnerable sectors. I'm sure there are countless examples, and all of us are victims of social media platforms and impersonation taking place of high-ranking personalities in the country. And invariably, they provide mobile numbers for some monies to be paid to secure jobs or opportunities, whatever. All of them are fake. Let me use this medium to reiterate the point that no minister, member of parliament, public sector official is offering jobs or favors on either LinkedIn, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, or any other social media platform for the payment of a protocol fee and filling of any forms on any such platforms. Anybody who is enticed to undertake any such exercise is the victim of a fraud. And we're hopeful that with the SIM registration exercise, that avenue for defrauding Ghanaians would also be closed permanently. The modalities for SIM registration, I'll go through that briefly. 1, all new subscribers would have to produce their Ghana card to acquire a new SIM card. For businesses to register SIMs in bulk, the business operator will be required to verify their business No, the network operator will be required to verify the business their SIMs via USSD and a SIM registration app. The verification of all subscribers and businesses will be against the databases of the National Identification Authority and the Registrar General's Department where necessary. Indeed, for the businesses, in addition to verifying from the Registrar General's Department that that business is valid, a shareholder or director of the organization will have to personally be linked to the registration of the SIM cards. 4. Individuals can register a total number of 10 SIM cards across all networks, and foreigners would have a limit of 3 SIM cards across all networks as well. Let me caution here that people should not think that they can hide behind businesses and register as many SIM cards as they want. All SIM cards registered to a business will be linked to a shareholder or director of the business. And if a business SIM card is found to have been engaged in a fraudulent activity, that shareholder or director will be held personally liable. The NCA will develop mechanisms to enable subscribers, both individuals and businesses, to check and verify the number of SIM cards which have been registered in their names at all times. Foreigners visiting Ghana can acquire a SIM card using their passports or travel cards, but they can only use the SIM card for 30 days, after which it will be deactivated. Foreigners intending to use a SIM card for more than 30 days would have to obtain the non-citizen Ghana card to do so. The NCA has also made it mandatory for the operators to verify passports and travel cards against an international database before registering and activating a SIM card for foreigners. Special arrangements will be made for diplomatic personnel living and working in Ghana in conjunction with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. One of the interesting things we're also doing is to enforce Regulation 6 of the SIM regulations, which states that, I quote, "A network operator or service provider that provides international roaming service in the country to a subscriber from another country shall enter into an agreement with a network operator or service provider of that subscriber. The agreement shall provide for the particulars of the subscriber in the records of the network operator or service provider during the period that the subscriber uses the SIM in this country. We believe that enforcing this will address the potential issue of would-be fraudsters and criminals using SIM cards from other countries to roam on Ghanaian networks to engage in crime. The minimum age for registration has been set at 15 years, taking into consideration the increased use of communications services since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and to facilitate e-education. For the very first time in Ghana, there will be a SIM register just like countries such as Brazil, Germany, and Switzerland, which will serve as a database giving comprehensive statistics regarding the number of subscribers in Ghana and providing a resource for tracking fraudsters and criminals. Barring any unforeseen eventualities, SIM registration will begin on 1st October 2021 for a 6-month period and end on 31st March 2022. Any SIM card to be able to do so, and we encourage all Ghanaians and foreigners resident in Ghana to ensure that they have their Ghana cards and non-citizen Ghana card ready. In addition, those who have registered, data security and protection is also paramount. Registration details will be accessed only upon receipt of a court order to aid law enforcement agencies to prevent, detect, investigate public health emergencies. The data will be stored in a central SIM registry at the National Data Center hosted by the National Information Technology Agency with very restricted access as well. Government believes that having a SIM database and CEIR, a Central Equipment Identity Register with integrity, is a key step towards enhancing our digitalization. All subscribers are therefore encouraged to begin getting their national IDs in order to have a smooth and easy registration process. Consumers and the general public must be empowered with knowledge and insights to help them understand the need for this re-registration, the process, and the requirements for registration. As partners in the industry, we invite all media houses to help achieve this objective, and we count on your support. A detailed public education and publicity exercise will be conducted on all these issues in the coming days, and we entreat the media to partner government to make this registration exercise a success for our collective good. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, we are most grateful for the 3 briefs that you have shared with us. First, on the about 3,000 young Ghanaian girls who will be benefiting from the Girls in ICT program, gadgets or equipment by people all over this country. And then thirdly, the SIM registration exercise, which has several benefits as you have outlined. Colleagues, it's a good time to take your questions at this point. If you have questions on these 3 briefs that the Honorable Minister has delivered, or you have questions on the first 2 announcements from government that I shared, like they say in and you can ask your questions in whatever language you desire. The Honorable Minister is multilingual, so she can take your questions. Gamma lizard. From SIM registration to question noted. Question noted. Yeah, is that Sarah at the back there?
I can't hear you.
Can we have the courtesy of just listening to our colleagues? Yes. Sarah, please take it again. You're saying Kelny GVG and how it's impacted SIMBOX fraud.
Yes, and it's how the setup has helped in revenue mobilization.
Okay, revenue security. Yeah.
Updates on internet connectivity projects for public schools.
No. We exam and come in our way fail.
As in service quality issues?
Yes.
Very well. Very well. Colleagues, let me redirect our questions. There have been 3 briefs that have been given. We're happy to take questions on those briefs. We will take questions on other matters as well. But we're happy to take questions on these briefs as well. There's a hand up here. Is that the finder? It was more about the benefits to the what? Yeah. So you're asking for the benefits of the IMEI registration to the customer, in addition to, for example, crime reduction, like you mentioned, because crime reduction benefits the customer. But you say that in addition to that, are there any other benefits? Minister will speak to that. Yes, sir. I'll take a 4th one and then I'll come for responses. Because you are speaking through the mask, please take your time and speak up a bit. And can we increase the volume on the microphone, please? Yes, sir, go ahead.
My name is Esther. I write for Daily Mail. I wanted to know what format the registration will take. Are we going to do the same way we did the first time now? We go to the offices of the telcos and then we get the registered email or they're going to send us codes for our phone so that we can easily do the registration because we're going to allow people moving to centers to register. It might be happening. So we have to wear some clarity on that. Also, I wanted to know the 3,000 girls who are going to benefit from the girls in ICT program. Assessment registration. If I intend to sell the mobile phone I have to a friend, do we have to go through we have to go through the processes to do that? Or we can just exchange the phones and then he can just have his assessment?
Thank you very much. Minister, we may perhaps start from these last questions. Kester is asking, is there a particular format that is going to be used for this SIM registration? Is it going to be like the first one where people rush to the offices of telcos, especially in these COVID times? Or there's going to be a democratized version? The equipment registration, whether or not it has any impact on second-hand gadgets. The finder is asking that in addition to reducing crime, which benefits the consumer, are there any other benefits of the central equipment identity register to the consumer? Sarah is asking, are we able to provide any further detail on the nexus between the work that a company like GVD is doing for the ministry with the revenue security conversation? Is there any update on the ICT for public schools? And has there been any change to what the NCA does with MNOs for quality of service? Is there any further information on the way NCA works with MNOs for quality of service? And then John is the one who did the Agama Lizard. Whether there's any update on the Airtel Tigo transaction. So, Minister, we're in your hands.
So I'll start with, thank you very much, the questions that are directly related to the presentation that I made, and then end with the other issues. On the central equipment identity registration, its benefit, I indicated a few. Now, substandard devices that can have health implications on the individual because of high RF radio frequency levels are in the system. With the CEIR in place, we'll be able to identify those and weed them out of the system and improve the health of the users of mobile devices, because such devices can cause cancer and other diseases. And the batteries can explode in a dangerous manner, harming the users of it. There is also a high proportion. Many of the petty thefts in this country are thefts of devices. Phone snatching is increasingly on the increase. And with the registration of devices as well, we will eliminate the market for stolen devices and so help improve the security implications for individuals in this country as well. So there will be certainty in the sector. For those engaged in the business of selling these devices as well, I indicated the benefits that accrue to them. Now with device registration as well, the network providers can layer on various other services to their subscribers, including can be upgraded and they can give you a new phone or a new device without paying other money, without paying for those devices. There's several other services. Device insurance, a market can also be encouraged and to grow in this country as well. And there are other benefits that subscribers can get if we have a central equipment identity registry. So there are various agent sectors that would benefit. The individual will benefit, the network operators will benefit, society itself will benefit in terms of reduction in the crime wave. Now, if you know that if you snatch somebody's phone, that phone is useless. You cannot do anything with it because it will be blocked on every network operating in this country. So you cannot use it anywhere. What will be the incentive in slashing somebody's hand to steal their phones? That incentive or the reason why there's these devices are also currently easily transferable and sellable. And so that incentive would be lost, and our health and our society would also protect us. So these are just some of the benefits that would accrue to the individual from equipment identity registration. Now, if you sell your device or give it out as a gift, you can notify the registry that you no longer own that device, you've passed it on, and give the details of whoever you have handed that device over to, so that the records in the registry would be updated, and your name would be delinked from that device. But the details of the modalities would also be spelled out. I indicated that there will be a sustained public education exercise going forward. All those details will be provided as to the when and the how. Would SIM registration be in person or online? We would have a hybrid of it. I indicated that we'll be using a SIM registration app and USSD. So you can begin the process in the comfort of your homes. And the subscriber can send you notification that on such and such a day, contact the nearest. We, in view of the pandemic as well, we also don't want to encourage too many crowds congregating at the various registration centers. Now, it is not just the agents of the various network operators that would be facilitating this exercise. We're working with Ghana Post as well to utilize their post offices around the country to be able to do that. And we're working with GIFEC to also utilize their network of community ICT centers around the country so that we can have multiple venues for this registration exercise and reach as many people as close to where they are as possible. There's an online and an offline version of the app which is also being developed, and so we would spell out all these details when the communications teams roll out their communication plan. But we intend to minimize crowds at the various centers as much as possible. And that is why we've given a 6-month period for the registration of these devices. I know that Ghanaians are notoriously last minute when it comes to these things, but I'll encourage us all to do this as quickly as possible and work and cooperate with your network operators and the NCA to ensure that we have a seamless exercise. What was the criteria for selection of the girls in ICT? Throughout this exercise, we rely on the girl-child coordinators and ICT, the teachers and the district education officers to select the girls. We won't know which the beneficiary girls would be. And so we work very closely with the district coordinating councils, the district directorates of education, and the girl-child coordinators from the selected, in fact, for training. I have no doubt that they would look at the criteria, poor but brilliant girls. But now poverty isn't a barrier to education. So whether you're poor or not, by virtue of free acquiring an education. And so they select the girls who are the beneficiaries of this program. But to ensure its sustainability as well, we train teachers as trainers from the various schools as well and expand the pool of beneficiaries, since those interested in ICT or in teachers are trained first before the girls are trained. So all the teachers from the 10 districts have already been trained, and they are also going to go out there and train them. Now we used to this as well. So it all shows how the work in one sector impacts on the output of another sector, particularly when it comes to digitalization. So I think that as the teachers also acquire this training, they will be better equipped to teach their students and impart the work of the common platform. And I just want to reiterate the fact that Kelly GVG is only a service provider for the National Communications Authority and the Ghana Revenue Authority, who are the owners and the managers and operators of the common platform. So their work really is, I'd have to have an update from the NCA on what the current status of the work of the common platform is. They periodically inject numbers in the system to check where the fraud is taking place, and they shut down fraudulent numbers. A fraud team has been set up with the NCA, network operators, and the Ghana Police Service involved in it, which is a standing team. So as soon as any such activity is detected, they go out there and block those SIMs used for fraudulent SIM boxing. But all of this would come to an end once we successfully conclude the SIM registration exercise. So we're very hopeful about that. On revenue assurance, GRA is the prime beneficiary of it. And I do know for a fact that the information provided by the common platform has assisted them in their, how do I put it? Their work in the taxation of the companies in the sector. And I believe an update from GRA should provide the information that you require. All the common platform does is to point their noses in this direction, that please investigate this area further, because these are our findings. And I know that from some of the earlier findings of the common platform, the GRA has also conducted further interrogation of some of these things. Project has been completed in about 80% of the schools and training colleges so far. What would be an issue would be sustainability of the project, how to pay the service providers to keep the free Wi-Fi service going. And since it is part of the free senior high school enhancements, I believe that it is either included in or will be included in the budget for the free senior high school. But in this as well, even though we facilitate that process, the key beneficiary institution is the Ministry of Education. Much more update on this for those who are interested in finding out. They're in the process of setting up an educational technology unit within the Ministry of Education. And learning. We all know about how virtual classes were the norm.
Thank you, Minister. I have two questions, one for Minister for Information and one for Communication. With communication, with the equipment registration, what are the timelines? Are we doing it alongside the SIM registration? That's from the 1st October to 22nd March 2022. And then, Minister, with the upcoming Spark Up Summit, what is the guarantee that facilitator agencies would act any differently to about for decades? So what are they going to do differently this time?
Thank you. Yes, Searchlight.
Yeah, good afternoon, Honorable Minister. I have two short questions for you. One, why girls are not boys? The gender bias, I don't understand it. So I want to find out what informed your decision to only select girls and not boys included. And my second question If someone has multiple SIM cards, are you going to port all of them onto one, or you have to go to all the telecos and register them differently or at different dates? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your question reminds me of a campaign, I think about 15 years ago. They had this campaign on send your girl child to school. So then what happens to the boy child as well? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Nyojadalafo. I report for Daily Statesman. And Honorable Communications Minister, your contribution to the ministry has been enormous and cannot be underlooked. But there is a few that I feel so scorching, to the extent that when you go to the rural areas, some of the projects that has been initiated are urban-centered. But going forward to the rural areas, you will see that there is a gap between the two categories. But the issue is that when you go to a place like Saboba, between Saboba and Chaponi, there are several communities, and it takes people in the community, in some of the communities, to go behind some trees to make calls. Has that come to your attention, since we are talking about telecommunication here?
So rural telephony around Saboba?
Yes.
Because, you know, obviously, no minister will have full information on what is happening in every little community. So the question is about rural telephony around Saboba?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Is there anything that can be said about it? Is it part of your plans? Have you exhausted it? Are you looking to it? Yes, sir.
Minister, in October of 2019, your ministry issued a statement, and I read, all unused data and voice bundles purchased by subscribers do not expire and must be rolled over with the next recharge. Have you monitored the compliance by telecos to this directive? And if you have any been found to be non-compliant, and if they have, what have been the sanctions for these companies? Thank you.
Very well. As Minister mentioned, NC is here, so I can send the microphone to Olive, who's the Deputy Director General, to give a quick response. There's a final comment there. Final question. Is there a final? Okay.
Please. Minister, please, the 6-month period for the SIM card registration, both the new and the re-registration, what are the projections? How many persons or SIM cards are we expecting to be registered by the end of the program? Thank you.
Very well. So Ghanaian Times, perhaps let me take yours and then I'll leave the rest to Minister. You're asking what will be different this time, because the binding constraints have been there for a while and have been spoken about for a while now. I think what is different this time is that you have the highest level of attention. The President of the Republic himself is going to be part of this exercise to interrogate the actual onboarding so far. Traditionally, what we've done in this country is that GIPC and the other agencies register or book these FGIs and tell us the number of jobs and opportunities. And when it comes to onboarding, we all leave it to some regional director of ECG to decide whether or not he will give them one new transformer. You have some EPA guy somewhere who is taking his own decisions, some district assembly not issuing the permit on all of those. And it gets missing in the conversation. What you have this time with Spark Up is that the President of the Republic himself, at the highest level, is getting involved in interrogating the onboarding process. And I believe that with the highest level of commitment and interest, we should get some traction at this time around. There's also some progress that will be different this time around. I want to yield to the Honorable Minister for Communications to deal with the rest of the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm going to give some people palpitations, but the device registration will be done alongside the SIM registration to minimize the inconvenience to subscribers. It is largely the same kind of information that both setups would need. So while you're there, you do both, and then you're over and done with. And I don't think it will take more than 5 to 10 minutes to complete that exercise. As I indicated in my presentation too, as soon as you put your SIM in your device, the network is notified about the various numbers, MSI, SDN, IMEI, and all of that. So it is there. So the major work would be connecting the EIRs of the various network operators to one central location so that it is all in one location, and then one SIM which is blocked on one network can be blocked almost simultaneously on other networks. That's where the major work is going to be done. And a lot of work has already been done to integrate that setup. So I don't foresee that would cause too much inconvenience to subscribers. And I think it will be worthwhile if we do it alongside the SIM registration. Why not boys in ICT? I get this question often. But we do need to, we know that historically, when I was at a function yesterday and in my presentation, it came out clearly that just about 3% of girls are involved in ICT careers globally, 3% in ICT careers globally. They're not there because they don't have the digital skills or the opportunities to engage in those careers. So we need to even the playing field. We need to bring them up a lot more. Traditionally, it is boys who have been encouraged to play with gadgets, and girls have been encouraged to play with dolls or to play with cooking. I mean, when we're Yebonkro or something, is that what it's called? Yes. Playhouse. Girls playhouse, boys play with technology, with cars, with gadgets and all of that. We want to break down those barriers and demystify it. Let the child, boy or girl, decide what their interest is and engage in that field without that gender stereotyping. We believe that because of all of this, the girl child is hesitant when it comes to engaging with technology, and we need to encourage them actively to see that it is doable and it is not beyond their capability, and that they can do just as well as their male colleagues. And the results from these programs have been exciting. One young girl 2 years ago told us that she wanted to build her own robots. She's 9 years old, after just a week's exposure to girls in ICT. We know of what the Mamfi Methodist girls have been able to do. And they've shown that even where the men feared to tread into the robotics arena, they went there boldly and came home with the prize. And have opened the door, and now Prempeh College is also flexing small. But it is Mamfi Methodist girls who opened that door for Ghanaian schools' participation in there. And we will never let you forget that. Yes. So if we give girls the opportunity and the skills, they can perform just as well as our male colleagues. And that is why our focus is on girls in ICT. We need to take deliberate steps to narrow the gender digital divide. If we don't, we would find that our girls are left even further behind as the whole world moves towards virtual and digital platforms. They wouldn't have the skills to be able to also engage in those platforms. So we're encouraging them to take up ICT education seriously and careers. They're interacting with live mentors that they can see and touch and feel and speak with. They can see them at work in their offices. They can speak to them, share their experiences with them. I think that it's a wonderful opportunity that our girls have. Once the playing field is leveled out, then we would have young children in ICT.
So what happens to people with multiple SIMs?
You would have to register all your SIMs if you want to keep using them.
Simple as that.
Yep.
6-month period, any projected numbers, and then I'll pass.
I believe the NCA can provide us with that. I don't have that information currently.
Based on your indulgence, I want to ask NCA to speak to that, and then the enforcement of the directives on unexpired data.
Yes.
And then rural telephony, SAPOBA. Do you have any comment for us?
Yeah, Rebecca. Numbers.
Yes. So we'll bring the microphone to you. Wait. We'll take the microphone to her. Is it on both matters or just on one? Both matters. I'll come to you. But since you are here, David, since you are here, let me hear from Saboba, Rural Telephony.
All right. So regarding the rural telephony project, we're on the first phase at the moment. There's a second phase, but I don't think that's my place for to speak to, so I will let the minister talk about that. But okay, sorry. It's very exciting, and I'm sure she will speak to that. I hope she speaks to some of that.
In the first phase?
But in the first phase,
We'll have to check.
Yeah. So in the first phase, we're building about 2,016 sites, which are providing 3G coverage across the country. At the moment, we've been able to begin about 500 of them, and some are already online. We're getting closer and closer to the 200 mark in terms of actually turning them on. In terms of Saboba itself, I'm informed that the site has been, we've actually agreed on a site, ready the site, and we believe that in the next 500, which is about to begin, Saboba will be one of them.
So it's included in this?
In the second 500 that's coming.
So that's this current phase.
Yes,
of
in
the
phase
rural
one.
telephony.
Yes.
So it's part of the phase.
Yes.
That is currently.
So patience, we'll get there.
Thank you. So now let's go to the director who will respond to the two issues. Any projections on the numbers in the 6 months, and any update on the directive that data should not expire?
Okay, good afternoon. With regards to the projection of numbers, currently we are looking at 40 million subscribers, active subscribers. We expect that this number will go down because of the prevalence of pre-registered SIM cards. Once we begin the actual SIM registration and we are getting people actually tied to the SIM cards that they've been registered with, we think that these numbers may go down. The second issue has to do with the compliance of expiry on data. NCA continues to do the monitoring, and when we get complaints from the consumers of these things, we actually engage the MNOs. So if there are issues, we advise you to kindly contact the NCA, complaints@nca.org.gh, and we will pick the issue up.
But a quick follow-up. So far in your monitoring, are the MNOs complying?
Yes, largely they are complying.
Okay.
Yes.
And then secondly, on the earlier question.
Yes. We are currently looking at active SIMs of about 40 million subscribers. But
Yes.
because of the issue of pre-registered SIM cards.
No, I understand. My follow-up question is that, in essence, within this 6-month period, you expect whatever residual number there will be to complete their registration within 6 months?
Yes.
I guess there's clarity.
Thank
you very much. Honorable Minister, we want to say thank you that on a Sunday afternoon like this, you've made time to be with us, to brief us on these 3 very important matters. Colleagues, we pray your indulgence. Let the country hear all this work that is going on. And we'll be more than happy to provide some more feedback. Honorable Minister, any final words before you take leave of us?
There's a lot more that we're doing in this sector. So I'm looking forward to more regular engagements with you, either through the auspices of the ministry or the various agencies themselves would also be engaging with you to update you on the work that they are doing. And I think keep watching this space. There's exciting things coming out from the digital Ghana agenda. And as I always end my presentations, it is digitime in Ghana. Thank you.
Are responsible for communications and digitalization. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. The Honorable Deputy Minister, directors of the ministry, heads of other agencies who are here with us, colleagues from the media, we're very grateful to you. Mr. Kofi Ofosun-Kansa has asked me to inform you that he will inform you of when the birthday party is taking place. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I'm still alive, thank God. Just had a life-threatening accident on the N1. God saved me. Could have been fatal because the car's a write-off. We won't go now. God is alive, so am I. These are not my words. Indeed, they are 6 years old. After this brief break, I introduce the owner of these words. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare, and welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign series. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're watching the Ghana Road Safety Campaign series with me, Lord Harris Idwasare. Today, our guest is the prominent Kofi Otredakun, fashion designer. You should check out his work. But today, he's going to recount events that occurred in 2015. Must have been very dark. But the man is here himself, so he tell us about it all. Kayode, welcome.
Lord, it's good to see you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Right.
6 years?
Yes. It's been 6 years.
How was it like what was going through your mind when you wrote those words on Facebook?
And these are the exact words that run on my mind at the time, that next to God, men are indebted to life itself and also for making it worth living. You know, because I've had friends who have died in that same way. If you knew Kwame Osuansan, the actor, he died on that same stretch. And he drove into a truck, and that's how he died. And really, it was only by God's grace that I survived that. There was nothing special about what I did on the night.
You talk of Kwame Osuansan, and yours was interesting in a similar way. You also drove into a truck.
Yes, I drove into a truck.
But what happened on that night? It was 1st April 2018?
It was on the eve of April Fool's Day, probably around 11:30.
Okay.
The stretch, the N1 wasn't very busy. In actual fact, I saw no traffic ahead of me, so I decided to drive quite fast.
Okay.
That's what I told myself, Charlie, let me drive fast. And when I got around Nestle, I saw a truck ahead of me. In actual fact, I thought it was in motion. So to my left was a Range Rover. My right side was the pavement, but then it's been elevated. So if I went when I realized that the car was stationary,
okay,
I had to think fast. Was I going for the Range Rover to my left or the pavement? Now, neither of them was going to work for me. And I think I was doing probably around 120, 120, 130. I was driving very fast. So I said to myself, okay, let me go for the brakes and hope the car stops before the truck. So I saw everything, like all the way. Pam! I saw every microsecond of it.
How did that feel like?
When it happened, I thought I was dead. I mean, I thought I was gone. You know how when you watch movies, people actually die and then they get out of their body. So opening the door myself, unstrapping the seat belt and opening the door, to me at that moment was as though I died and just the soul getting out of the body. That's how I felt. So I walked to the other side of the road and just lay on the pavement. A couple of guys came around. I think a driver who was also on the stretch came. They found my phone for me. The car was shattered from the front of the bonnet all the way to the windscreen, to actually the steer. The interior of the car, the way it looked shattered, everything was broken. I wonder how. I only got some bruises on, these bruises. That's all I got. Nothing. This is all I got. But I was in so much pain. And the guys were able to get my phone for me. I don't know, but for a strange reason, the first person I thought about was Kwame Sefakai, who should have been asleep by that time because he wakes up very early to get on the radio. So around 11:30 towards midnight, he should be sleeping. So I called him and he picked up. And I said, Magical, that's how we call each other, Magical. I just had an accident on the N1. And it's quite worrying. I don't know how I've been able to pick up, I don't know why I thought of you, but please, I need you to come and take me to the hospital. And because it was on April Fool's Day, the first thing he said was, Kofi Chan Kwasi April Fool's Day, only Mezoya how much you were Juma.
Wrong timing.
Yeah, wrong timing. So I think I was not in the mood to even argue. The next name that came on my mind, I didn't want to call my wife because I didn't want her worried at the time. So I called my brother-in-law. Actually, I called my wife, yes, and said, because I was driving her car on that night. It was a Kia Soul.
Okay.
Yeah. I was driving her car that night. And what I said was, Cross, that's how I call her, Cross. I just had an accident on the N1. Your car is a total write-off, but I'll get you another one. Please get Steven, that's my brother-in-law, to come take me to the hospital. So she asked where I was. I said I was right in front of Nestle. And so my brother-in-law, we don't live too far from that area, so he was there in about maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Wow.
And at that point, I began feeling very cold. And when you watch movies, when people are feeling cold, that's towards the end. So I thought, I was dying. People were like, okay, you have to go to the nearest police station to report. I'm like, no, I don't want to go to any police station. I want to go to the hospital. We went to a couple of hospitals around, the whole no bed thing. And finally ended up at 37. We made some calls to some big people. And, they received us at the emergency ward and took care of me.
How long were you in the hospital for?
I think I spent about 2 weeks. Yeah, they had all these things, because I was in a lot of pain. I don't know what they call it, nothing that straightens your neck. But I like a collar, that's what they call it, right? It was, to my neck. I spent some time there. My friends were coming in, my family from everywhere. My old man showed up and we're like, how can you die before me? And you won't believe this. My father died exactly a year after that at the same place. Yeah, at the same ward where I was taken. It's not from an accident, or he was an old man. Yeah, but that's the same place that he died. And I still feel very blessed. I don't forget this accident every 31st of March. And I've had consistently I share the pictures. I want to go past that, but I think that it would also help other people, because sometimes you don't appreciate it until you know someone very close who's experienced something. Mm-hmm. And I think having been around for so long and everything I've done in the space of the media and fashion, everything that I represent, for me to speak about something like this, it would encourage other people and also deter people from doing what I did wrong. Because first of all, I was driving beyond the speed limit. I think on that stretch it's about 100 kilometers per hour. I was doing like 120, 130.
But you had your strap on?
I had my seatbelt on, thank God. I think it's one of the things that really saved me. Okay. And really prior to that, I was one of those who was very guilty of wearing the seatbelt. But on that night I was like, I'm going to drive fast, let me wear my seatbelt.
Wow.
Yeah, I was very guilty. I thought, oh, Charlie, you're driving in Accra, you're doing what, 40, 60, do you really need your seatbelt on? But there are moments that you'd be driving, and I've experienced that as well, when you're doing everything right, and then someone drives into you from behind, you'd still need your seatbelt to save you.
Otherwise the impact.
Yeah, the impact. So seatbelts are very necessary. I think that God knew that I had so much more to do around here, and knew it was not time for me to go. My children were so little then, 6 years ago. I couldn't have left them. You know what I mean? And so it was an experience, and I share this with people like every now, like we're doing now. Yeah.
You mentioned that the truck was stationary.
Yes, it had been there for hours apparently. I think about a day before.
So there was no occupant?
No occupants. There was no occupant, no driver, nothing. It was just there. It was actually a dump truck.
That's a way to go.
Yeah. It was a dump truck.
Wow. So in the time that you spent in the hospital and then you were going through the pictures and stuff, did you ever think about it this way, that you had rammed into a dump truck, and so if that had taken away, that was how you were going to go?
That didn't strike me. I think the most important thing for me at that point was being grateful for having having lived after that accident. I mean, I've seen, like I mentioned, Kwame Uswan's name earlier. Many people have died as a result of having that same kind of accident. I think one happened not too long ago in front of Tesano police station, just a couple of weeks ago. That same kind of accident. I was so angry that morning. Yeah, it was stationary at dawn, and someone, drove into it. And consistently, we've lost so many lives because of that same thing. A truck is left in the middle of the road for days and no one goes to attend to it. I thought there are people responsible for keeping our roads safe, but it happens. And look at the number of people we've lost this year to road accidents alone. I think it's been the highest in our country's history. And this should not happen when people are getting smarter, technology is getting better. Do you understand? There's more communication. You don't need just one or two radio stations saying it. It's on social media. It's everywhere. We hear about the statistics. We see the numbers. We unfortunately get to see some of the videos as well. So I think that, thank you very much for this platform. I can use this to also urge other people to drive defensively when they are on our roads.
Chod, let me just draw you back a little bit. You mentioned Kwame Sefakan was the first person you called. And because of the
and I mean, it struck me that, listen, man, the guy was waking up at 4 o'clock. He's not the only person I know, even though he's the first name that came to mind.
What was his reaction?
Oh, man, Sefa didn't forgive himself. Like, he actually saw the accident, and then it struck him that that's what Kofi was talking about. He did not forgive himself. Sefa's been my guy from day one. We have that affinity for each other. So I can just imagine what was running on his mind. Yeah.
Looking at the situation now, what would you advise road users, particularly vehicle users?
I think we all ought to, because I still drive. We all ought to be very cautious when driving. Trust no one. Drive defensively, and don't trust anyone who's driving around you. See the next person as a mad guy who's probably going to drive into your car or anything. Leave enough space between you and whoever is in front of you. And also observe the speed limit on our roads. Don't take things for granted. Because the truth is, once you're not driving very fast, you can take care of anything that happens. If it's sudden, you can always avoid an accident, unless if it's coming from behind. But if it's right in front of you and you can see what's ahead, if you're not driving very fast, you can always avoid.
Or under the influence.
Yeah, or under the influence. Yes. And I have to say this. I'm actually saying this for the first time. It's good you brought that up, because I was from a friend's drinker. I don't drink a lot, but I had a little to drink. I had a little to drink. So that's also, thank you for that. Drinking and driving. I think it doesn't. That's probably why I could not even tell that the car was not in motion. Exactly.
Okay.
Do you understand? I don't know about this guy who died. I don't know about this accident that happened on
the Tesano
the Tesano accident. I don't know about what happened. Whether it was the same kind of thing. But let me say, maybe if I had not taken in some alcohol, I would have known that the car was, because I thought it was in motion. I thought it was a truck. Most of them drive around, even at night, with no lights on. But I thought it was in motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for sharing
You're
your
welcome.
experience.
You're welcome. Thank you very much too. Yes, for this opportunity to share my story to other people.
All right. So you heard Kofi Ochedakun, fashion designer, prominent one at that, sharing his experience on GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Do not drink and drive, no matter how small the drink may be, and do not speed. Per the statistics from the NTTD and National Road Safety Authority, chunk of the accidents that occur on our roads happen at night. So let's be extra cautious in our vehicle usage. And as road users. My name is Lord Harisido Asare, and this has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Series. Do join us for subsequent ones. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube platform at GhanaWeb TV. On Facebook, it's the GhanaWeb, same on Twitter. Send us your videos of some of the things that you may see around that may not help in the campaign.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question your presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
She is a goddess on the screens and in real life. She has starred in movies such as Adam's Apple, Crime to Christ, name it. But one interesting thing about this lady is she's one of the few lucky celebrities who have not been inducted in scandals, meaning she has not been out there for the wrong reasons. And she's here on Talkatainment to get personal with us. Let's unravel our guest after this short breather. My name is Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that quick breather. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV, and this show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spaghetti, meatballs, and for pizza, you buy one and get one free every Wednesday at all their branches. You can call Cheesy Pizza on 0544 133 397 0544 133 397. Cheesy Pizza, your way, your pizza. We are joined by the beautiful Helen. Welcome.
Thank you.
You seem to be... Oh, thank you. You look good too. I like your maxi dress.
Thank you.
And speaking about your dress, you know, I looked you up on the internet and you do a lot of slay.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, you have to share your plug before you go. You have to share, or you do that backdoors.
Well, maybe
I hope they
after
have.
the show.
I hope they have plus sizes like mine too.
Well, they do. They do. They do. Trust me.
Yeah. I also found some interesting stuff about you. That is, you featured in Stoneboy's Mighty Lily.
Oh my God. That was like what, 2015? I can't remember.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, somewhere 2015, 16 that way.
Yeah.
How was it for you? Like, was that your first time being a video vixen?
No, I think I had done with EL's first. Turn the lights down.
Oh, you in that song?
Yeah. That's speaking of EL. Where is he?
We should be asking you.
I had done that. So during the next tour was Stone Boy. It wasn't anything. I mean, it's just camera, lights, action. So it wasn't a big deal.
But do you ever, if someone ever approaches you for a deal like that, you know, being a video vixen in his or her music video, would you mind?
It's not something I'm extremely focused on. With Stone Boys, it came through another colleague. So I was actually on set filming when she came on the set and she was like, hey, Stone Boy needs you for a quick one. I'm like, are you serious? Where? So Labadi Beach, okay. I'm like, how long is it going to take? So it was more like, okay, let me just do it for another colleague in an industry, you know, sort of. But it's not something I'm really, really enthused about. No, and it will depend, you know. I mean, you can't do Stone Boy and it has to be another higher level.
We have to go like outside Ghana, you know, because Stone Boy is one of the biggest artists in Ghana.
Yeah, he is.
And actually, people are saying that because there are no roles, so probably you might want to take that as a side job. You know?
No. You know,
why?
The film industry is very broad. If you don't understand the movie industry, then you are in the wrong field. You need to know how it works. Business, or let me just say, there's business with filmmaking. As an actress or an actor, there's a lot you can do apart from being in front of the camera. So for me, like this, a couple of years ago, I think it was in between the start of my acting career.
Yeah.
I was doing subtitling for most of the Kumasi production, Kumasi Chi movies.
Movies.
So if I'm not on set, I'm at Opera Square Studio doing subtitling. And I was making money on that side for other producers who were producing the Chi movies, and they wanted translated into English. And that's money.
Why subtitling though? Why didn't you
Because
feature?
I do creative writing. I read a lot. I do a lot of writing. So that is an area you need to know what you're passionate about, what you can do, your capabilities, to know how you can maneuver to keep money flowing for you. You can't say, okay, it's just
being on the screen.
Yeah, in front of the camera and that's it. No, there are other broad areas. Filmmaking is big money, or film business is big money, but we still don't understand it here.
I see. We'll come to the film business, but now, on a lighter note, I did a quick search on you online, and all that popped up when positive stories. How do you do? Yeah, because it's so unlike being an actress in Ghana. What are you talking about? How do you manage to keep a good brand?
I think I understand this as a career for myself. It's not just, okay, a hobby for, unlike other people just came into it to just, you know, while away time and do whatever. For me, it's a career, and I understand my career. So I play a safe game. I think the only scandal I've had a couple of years ago was I don't have my Facebook account anymore. You'd have found a little sticky stuff around me. I was on set on Adam's Apple, and I did a TV3 interview. I went on TV3 show. Back then, A.B. Bright. She's now an MP aspirant for Tema East or Tema South or something. Yes. She was a host on a show, a late night show at TV3. So she called me that, hey girl, can you stop by? And I'm like, yeah. So it was a late night matured show for adults. And we're having adult conversation. So I made a comment about how some Ghanaian men are selfish in bed.
And it became boom.
And they... Can I mention other
people's
names?
You can.
And a journalist, or let me just say a blogger, picked up and said, okay, Helena Santos says, Ghanaian men don't know how to have sex.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't say that. And it became a whole issue, like, piece of him. Everybody was just on it, hitting me left, right. I'm like, I didn't say that. And that was my first ever scandal. Like,
how did you feel?
I didn't know how to handle it. I'm like, my mom.
Did you cry?
I cried.
Wow.
I cried. Imagine how fat I am. And I'm, you know, I cried. I'm like, I didn't, you know how painful it is when you know what you said and someone is twisting your words. And I'm like, I didn't say that, because for you to say Ghanaian men, you are insulting from the president down to every adult man in the country. Yeah. So
including your own dad.
Including my own dad. You know, at the time he wasn't even in the country, so thank God. But I did not say that. I said some Ghanaian men don't know how to have sex. Yeah, okay. I didn't say they don't know how to have sex.
They are selfish.
They're selfish in bed. And it's true. It hit their ego, they didn't understand it. So I mean but I grew a tough skin from there. And then my second one was, I did a photo shoot in 2015. It was a little exposure, but it was very decent. And they just talk
most
about
of your
it.
pictures online, you look like Naomi Campbell. Like,
well,
yo.
I'm a chameleon. I'm a chameleon. I transform in photo shoots. So
speaking of, let's come to social media.
Right.
You know, a lot of people, let me say, a lot of people in the showbiz industry make good use of social media to advertise their stuff, because most of them are brand influencers.
Right.
But with you, it's different. Your last tweet on Twitter was on Mother's Day.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
How is that?
Do you know, I don't know how to use Twitter. Don't tell anyone. I don't know how it works. Like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around how these social media apps work. Like, I can't. I'm the type that I'm a very shy person. If I'm not on camera, I crawl back into my shell. And in my world of creative ideas, fiction, stories, creating stories, this is me. I'd rather spend time finding a good story I can write that can be produced than social media. Like, I just don't have the energy for it. And to be honest, I just don't know how it works. I'm still trying to find how it works for me. I don't. To even join Facebook back then, it was one of my colleagues, Rosalind Ngiza, that she actually forced me, took my phone, is like, I'm signing you up on Facebook. Like, I didn't want, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just not.
Is it because, like, you're not that hungry for fame? You know, people do a lot of things these days, including stunts on social media to thrive. That's not the case with you?
When you say you're not hungry for fame, I am an actress, or let me say an actor. Why should I be hungry for fame? Why?
You know, there's
my work
actors
will speak for me.
People
if we
don't
produce
know.
a movie, there are billboards all over, there's commercials all over. Why do I need to be hungry for fame? My work will sell me. My work should sell me. what I do should sell me. I shouldn't be hungry to just let the world know. You know, I am very particular about my privacy. I don't like to put everything I do out there. And I don't want people in my business. Even at home, I don't like my mom in my business. I don't like my dad in my business. I'm that type. I'm just an introvert. I just need that corner. I just need my
celebrity.
Space. Yes, my celebrityism, if that's even a word. It comes with my work. It comes with my work. Let me do a good acting in a movie. Talk about it. Blog about it. Let me star in an international movie, say Hollywood production, some action-packed movie. Talk about it. Whether I'm naked or I'm having sex in that movie, talk about it, because that's my work. Let that speak for me. I don't need to do other things to get fame for whatever. I don't. And I don't know where the word influencers and all those things started coming from, because I think it came with the social media era or whatever.
Yeah, it came with brands, you know.
When I started my career, we only had radio, we had newspaper, and we had few television TV stations. These were the three things that if you ever featured on these three, then it means you're taking your, you're being exposed. You're being exposed. You're taking your career somewhere, or it encourages you to know that you're doing something. Before, I think social media, Facebook popped up. But back then it was just radio, TV, and newspaper. And I remember my first feature on a newspaper. I can't remember what newspaper. Was it Daily Guide or one of the newspaper or Daily Graphic? I can't remember. Do you know the excitement I had? Like, it was a big deal.
Wow.
It was a big deal. And I still have those newspapers to date. It's part of my portfolio. It was a big deal.
So you would want to be noticed for your works and not for the unnecessary things.
No.
Let me put it that way.
No.
But have you been approached by any brand to be their influencer or something like that?
I think I've gotten some few emails, but I just didn't understand the whole influencer thing. I just didn't know. I didn't understand.
So it comes with social media. One, they look at your following on social media. That's the main focus.
Right.
That is why recently, Ifya Odo, when she went off social media for a while, her people that signed her came out to say they are suspending her contract. Because you can't be off social media and we'll still be paying you money. We are paying you money because of your following on social media and because you advertise on social media. So don't you think that it's because of you not being active on social media to a point? That's why you are not really being approached that much by these brands?
I would say yes, and I would explain. If you want to approach me to do something for you, first of all, I need to have interest in that. If I don't have interest in that, then there's no point. Because already I'm not a social media person. I just don't know how it works. I'm still learning. Secondly, it depends on the kind of brand you want me to promote. It has to make sense. It has to be a big deal. Do you understand? It can't just be maybe clothing line or something, and then, because I just don't have the energy to be that creative on social media. I don't have the energy for that. So it has to make sense. We need to have that meeting. We need to sit down, talk. Proper endorsements deal. Then I know that I am being paid to do A, B, C, D. It's an endorsement deal. It's for a couple of years. So within this year, I'm supposed to be doing A, B, C, D. Then I know I have time for that because it's work. But don't email me and say clothing lines, soaps, those kind of things. Though it's money, but it's not for me. I don't have the time for that.
You're aiming for the bigger brands.
The
brands that make sense.
Brands that make sense. Brands that speaks volume. Brands that can actually, let's just say, if my NGO, I'm doing something, that brand can be able to support the NGO. And I'm not saying that small monies are not important. Small monies are very, very important. But I will make small monies in a different way down to social media time. I don't have the time for that. If I write a script, I can sell a script to a producer. I'll make that small money.
Oh,
so my time is to stay at home, write my scripts, call a producer. Charlie, I have this script, or do you want it? Okay, send it. Let me preview. Okay, it's good. How much? And I just don't have time for those things. I feel like it's a lot of work, and I can't. I can't.
On this note, let's pause here and take a quick breather. When we return, we'll delve so much into the whole movie industry and how it has benefited women and so much that you'd want to know. Don't forget, this program is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. We'll be back. Don't go away.
One time for my nightlifers. Don't nobody else can do it like us. Us the way girls like us, the way our baby, cause other girls like us. Hey, I can't come and kill myself, cause if you die, you know they carry your money, they go your grave. So every time you step in the place, I DJ, yeah, and all the boys and the girls go the craze. But let people stay far away. If you be positive, then holla me. Payday, dream a major salary, straight to the club, cause tonight. Dawood is a vocal artist, you know, who channels his words through his art. Basically, music is what I do, but prior to music, I used to write a lot. You know, I used to do a bit of poetry. So there are elements of that in my music, you know. Music is an expression for me. Basically, it's how I get intimate with the universe around me. I think after high school, that was when I really decided that I wanted to do this, you know, sometime 2013, yeah. It's hard to categorize music these days because there are different influences coming from different places. But the Afro prefix is for the fact that I'm African, so then definitely my roots are African. And then with mix with anything else from anywhere else, you know, because I listen wide. I listen to pop, I listen to reggae, I listen to R&B, I listen to hip hop. So all those elements influence my art. So I'd say I'm an Afrofusion artist. Charlie Boys won't pop. Chroma ya there. The problem be say Wabek Benjet. It would have been cool if we got by 100, but we don't get shit like I laugh and send it. But still more vim, the swag be more than. If nothing at all, we go fear 4 gin. That one know the cost to be like 4 gin. I hear say girls they take do abortion. I beg you be here say make nobody ball. Yeah, my music is on all digital platforms: iTunes, Spotify, AudioMac, SoundCloud, everywhere, or Boomplay, like all musical platforms out there. I feel like the internet has empowered artists, you know, gone are the days when you needed to go through the mainstream media to get your stuff. So it's like, it was so centered, or it was so centralized that if you don't know anybody in the mainstream media, it was hard to get your stuff out there. But the internet has empowered artists. From the comfort of your home, you can still get people to listen to your music. You know, you don't necessarily need to know somebody. That the whom you know first has been broken. So you don't necessarily need to know somebody to get your music out there. So I feel the internet has empowered artists. But in as much as it has empowered artists, now it has saturated the industry. Because like now everybody can get their music across. So the competition is tighter. I like to collaborate with Mugis, you know, because I've also taken a lot of inspiration from his music back in the day. You know, his music has really inspired mine in different, diverse ways. So he's someone I would like to, apart from collaborating, like you see, the thing with me is that the people I like to collaborate with are actually people I want to meet in person. Like, I want to meet him, you know, to interact with him. Yeah, so that's it for me. And out of that interaction, I'm sure we could create something. My social media is Dawood_Ajiman across board. Dawood_Ajiman. Them they roll with me, cause my vibe is different. Cause my vibe is different. Love my company, cause my vibe is different. Cause my vibe is different. Anytime my songs they play, they be vibing different. They be vibing different.
That was a good one there, Barbara. Big ups to you. We are still here with Helen Asante. We are still chit-chatting. Want to find out more about how she has been faring in the movie industry so far. Has it been good to you?
That's an interesting question. I would say yes. And yeah, it's been good. By the grace of God, it's been good.
You've been able to make the cash.
Yes, as you're working, you focus on cash. But, I mean, career growth is what you focus on, as in taking your career on another level, advancing in your field of work. So I think so far, it's been okay.
That's good to hear.
It's been okay.
That's good to hear. You know,
it's been okay.
Yeah, because there's the great concern that a lot of our veterans, you know, they retire with nothing because they push with the passion. Recently, Akofa came to say she laid the foundation for most of the actors. She and others, you know, laid the foundation. In as much as we are looking at the career growth, the kudi is also important,
yeah.
you know.
But who do you blame? The question is, who do you blame? We don't have business people in this country or investors who are interested in investing into the film industry. Business people are not interested in investing here. They will rather invest into other avenues that they can see revenue, or they can see their funds, they can get their funds back. But the film industry, the film business, we still don't understand it yet here. Nigerians, I would say, are doing well. Nigerians understand the business part of it, and they are supporting their industry. Here is a problem. Even when you want to film, you know, it's not just, you wouldn't just put the blame on just particular industry or particular organization in that sense. Because even if I want to film and I come here and say, hey, I want to use your studio to film, you will give me your studio, all right, but some production crew members will come and they'll mess up the place. If I come the next time, would you give it to me?
No.
Exactly. But if I come and I take care of the place and it's decent enough, the next time you will give it to me without any conditions.
Yeah.
But because of the character or the nature of our work or the character of other people that don't understand the kind of work you're doing, it's become a challenge that people don't want to even give up their properties for us to use for production. It comes with conditions. You have to pay. Producers don't want to pay. Executive producers don't want to pay because they have a budget they're working with. Thank God the government now has set up a National Film Institute or something, NFL, something. Authority. They are definitely going to put things in place. We have FIPAC, Producers Film Association. They're there. Ghana Actors Guild, well, they'll wake up someday. They'll wake up, they're still asleep, but they'll wake up someday at the right time. Some more small organizations or associations are popping up. I believe strongly with time, things will change. But people need to understand that film business is a big deal. There's money in it. Bollywood wouldn't be Bollywood today if they didn't know there was money in Bollywood. Hollywood is making it because there's money. It's big business. We Africa here, we still don't understand it. We still don't understand it. So if bigger companies, now I'm happy the Access Bank has taken up producing TV series. This is what we're talking about. This is how we will grow.
This is deep. This is so much for art. I think there's
so you see the kind of ideas I have. I don't have time for social media, sell clothes, sell shoes. So I don't have that time. I'm sorry. We have bigger issues here. We have bigger pressing issues that is bugging us. Pressing issues that's bugging us. It's not about shoes. It's not about selling clothes or soaps, lighting soap or whatever soap. It's not. It's not.
But that's what some people do to make ends meet.
Okay, that's good for them.
They have given up on the movies.
Well, that's good for them. That's good for them. That's good for them. For me, the kind of brand I am keeping for myself, I am not retiring anytime soon. I think I'll be retiring at 101. Yeah. When I'm 101, I'll be retiring.
So help you God.
So help me God. The good thing about being an actor or an actress, at whatever age, when you have the passion, you can start it as a career. It has no expiring dates to it. Unless you don't understand it, That's it. And some of our veterans, excuse me to say, did not understand the field they were in. Because no matter the age you are now, repackage yourself. There is no expiry date to you.
Are you saying some of them have retired early?
I think so. They've given up. But if you rebrand yourself and repackage yourself, you still have your contact. You still know the same producers who are producing. When you look, being an actor is a whole package. Is a whole package. You need to be able to maintain yourself. You need to keep up. That is why it's not small money. That is why it's not small money. You need to keep up. Because as I'm sitting here, and when you texted me, I told you, oh, I've lost weight, so the pictures I'm saying you don't compare when you see me. You understand? Maybe as I have lost weight now, if I'm still looking good, there's a particular role the producer is producing, or a director would probably need me for, and I might fit into it.
Speaking about losing weight, how do you maintain your shape?
I don't need to do much. I just need to stress myself and I'm gone.
Oh yeah. Wow. That's weird.
I'm weird like that. I just need to stress myself and I'm gone. Little stress, I'm gone.
Wow.
So you can see me like next month and I'm looking okay. The little stress I go through, then you see me again, you're like, oh, looks like you've lost weight. I'm like, yeah.
Have you lost roles because of your size?
Yes. I think this is a good question. This was my #1 challenge at the start of my career. My #1 challenge.
Tell us.
There's a reason why they call me Cutie in the industry. That's actually my industry name, Cutie. And I say I'm the cutest actress in Ghana. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah. It was a problem. It was a big problem because they could not just see me to play whatever role that, you know, that I know that I can play. It was a typical Ghanaian woman definition. From Ghana, we go to Africa. Typical Ghanaian woman is, yeah. I mean, it got to a point, people didn't really think that I was a Ghanaian. I thought I'm a Ghanaian. Unless I say I'm Helen Asante, they'll know, oh, okay. But I didn't think I was a Ghanaian because I didn't have the back, I didn't have the front. And a typical Ghanaian woman, at least you should have one of those. And me, I'm flat. So, I mean, look at you sitting there. You're a typical Ghanaian woman. You can pass for a Nigerian woman too. Because Nigerian women are big bones, or Nigerian guys, or Nigerian actually are big bones. So that mentality, you can be big bones, but you may not be old. You may be young. But here, our mentality, which you mentioned, is, okay, anybody that is, you know, big bone is considered matured or is old. But the person may not even be matured. So typically, give that person the matured role. And give this person looking like a 16-year-old a child role. So it was a big deal. I struggled through. I struggled through. It got to a point I'm like, I need to get out of this country because they don't appreciate my size here.
Oh.
It's only Hollywood that will appreciate my size because Jada Pinkett is my size.
Oh yeah.
And it's not about your size. It's about the character you're playing. And when if you're giving me a certain character and I'm costumed, by the time I'm done with makeup, hair and everything, you will not even think it's me.
Yeah, true.
If I go off all this makeup, all this hair, all this look, I'm looking like a 16-year-old. But if I have to play a character and I dress up in the character role, I look the part. But at the time, they didn't get it. It's either you're light skin or you're heavyweight champion. Yeah. They didn't get it.
So that could pass as one of the challenges for women. Now let's come into that. You have starred you have starred in movies like Adam Sapol, Crime to Christ. In
Sin of the Soul, In the Eyes of My Husband, About to Wed, Love for Rent.
A whole lot.
Yes, couple I can't even remember.
So through the set of each set of these movies, what can you say are some of the challenges that women go through as far as shooting movies in Ghana is concerned?
You know, the challenges varies. It depends on, because for me as an individual, I'll speak for myself. Other people have had different challenges that maybe I haven't had yet. But, you know, filming, it's not child's play. As we're sitting here like this, if it was a film production set, you know, we could actually spend 1 hour doing one particular scene. 1 hour doing one particular scene with no ACs, and you have an HMI bounced on you. 1 hour. And imagine you're a lady going through your cycle, and maybe you have a little challenges. You can't, but you've taken money and you have to be on set, and you have to struggle to, and you're sweating. It's not easy. It's not easy work. It's not an easy job. And when you're going through, you know, as women, apart from your cycle challenges or your body changes, or you have certain health issues here and there, you also do have maybe some responsibility coming from home, or you're dealing with some emotional trauma. But you have to be on set, and at that point, you need to play that character. You need to read your script, memorize all that script, and you have some broken heart somewhere, or you have some emotional issue you're dealing with, and you have to split that.
Party girl.
You have to split that and transition into a role. It's not easy. Ghana here, we take emotional issues lightly, and it's not. We take it lightly. It's not easy.
What are you doing at the moment? No, before that, you mentioned in one of your statements, you were talking about emotional and have you had a broken heart before?
Oh yes, I have.
You want to share?
I think I shared that on Stacy's restoration a couple of years ago. Her very first episode she did, and yeah, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. I understand, and just recently I actually even started going through one again, and I'm like, okay, not again. Wow. So I mean, it's part of life. It's part of life, but it takes a toll on you. It takes a toll on you, and emotional issues. It's something, or let me just say, there's another medical term for it. People that deal with
is it depression?
Depression, petty anxiety issues. I think low self-esteem can lead to depression as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, all these kind of emotional traumas, we should really take it serious in this country, because it's not easy. Because I remember my first heartbreak, I didn't know what to do. But thank God I had friends around that I could actually talk to. And me, I'm one person that when I cry about something and I talk about it, no matter how many times I repeat it, just allow me to go. This is how I release. This is how I release. But how about other women who have gone through that and haven't had any form of support, and have lost their lives, taken their lives, ended up in the psychiatric hospitals? Even if you're a married woman and you hear that your husband is cheating on you, or another girl is trying to take your husband away from you, that instant pain you feel in there can lead to a heart attack. It's not easy.
So in your case, it was cheating?
Yeah, it was cheating. It was lies.
Wow.
Yeah. He was actually married, and he didn't tell me.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
This thing.
And he didn't live here. It was a long distance, and he comes and he goes. And he was actually married there, and I had no idea. And this is somebody you Skype with. That time it was Skype. The era of BlackBerry and Skype.
And he was able to hide it perfectly well.
I Skype with him when he's at his mom's house. I Skype with him when he's in the house. So I'm like, where?
No
where
traces.
No trace. Like, how? And don't forget, I mean, those living abroad, those in the diaspora, it's easy because most of the time your wife is working 2 shifts.
Yeah, and
she's
we are in
working
different
back to
time
back.
zones.
You know, we are in different time zones because
Yeah.
it's possible. I mean, I matured to now know how it works, to understand how somebody could lie. But naturally, men are liars. Yeah, women play all sorts of games, but men can lie. But don't take it that as, okay, men are liars. Hey, here I am saying men again.
Oh,
and then
yeah. They know they are liars, actually. They know. They know.
Men are liars, and, you know, but, I mean, it's inevitable with the man to lie. Some men, or men, lie and cheat.
You know,
it's in their DNA.
they mostly tell us that we women, we don't want to hear the truth, so they tell us lies to make us feel happy. Can you imagine?
And how long can you imagine? Like, that's the thing. But how long can you keep on lying? How long can you keep the lie up?
Yeah.
Because the minute you tell one lie, it has to continue.
You need to keep up.
You need to keep up.
Yeah.
And, you know, the thing is that it's in their DNA. It's in their DNA. Don't think there's any saint on earth. We women too, we are not saints.
We are not.
We can be devilish at times. We can be a demon. When a woman says she wants to deal with a man,
oh yeah,
unless God comes down from heaven to save you, that's one thing men don't know. That women, we have all the power. In all areas, in all sectors, wherever, film industry, wherever.
And that's on the girl power.
Girl power, women power. We have the power, and it's about time they come to terms with that.
Oh yeah.
We have the power. If we get to understand the amount of power God has given us as women, I'm sure we will not be our own enemies. We will not be our own enemies.
So, can you tell us the most difficult time in your career?
A couple of years ago, I was doing back-to-back movie, and my manager at the time, I was using a car was given to me by my manager, and it was broken, and I didn't have any other means of transport but to rely on taxis. We didn't have Uber then, and I was filming back-to-back production that I hadn't been paid on one set, and the other set had only given me 1 episode money. So I was balancing the one episode money, going on set every day for 2 different productions. And there are times that you don't even have money, you're broke. Because even while on set, you've seen something you want to buy that will enhance your character on set. So you want to get it. And you're broke and you don't have money and you have to go on set. And back then I had one driver that I could rely on, and he's still alive and he's still strong right now. Wafata, I keep mentioning his name. A lot of industry people know him. He takes me everywhere, day, night, no matter the time you call him, he's there. But days he's not there, you don't have money to go on set. You're in trouble. And you have to go because you've signed a contract or whatever, there's an agreement. And you have to go. Producer says he doesn't have money to pay you. And you know you need to finish this job because if this job comes out, it leads to another job for you. And you're struggling. And you have to borrow money from either your dad or your mom. And yet you said you're working. Hey, what kind of shame is this? Like, how do you even bring yourself to that?
How did your family react when you chose this career path?
Beginning, they weren't even supportive at all. From the beginning, they didn't understand it. They didn't even understand me because my dad wanted me to do law or be a journalist or a newscaster sitting on TV reading news. And I don't blame him because even back in school, I went to Wesley Grammar. I was a history reader for my class, and when I'm reading, the whole block is quiet. The headmaster wants to come and see whose voice is that. I had that voice. You know, as tiny as I was, I had that voice. So they even thought I was going to be some journalist or a newscaster or something. It was a surprise for everybody when I switched to, because I know what I do when I'm alone. I know what I do when I'm alone. I've always had that zeal, like when I'm alone, I always love to be alone. I don't like anybody in my space.
Lona.
Yes. That's a new word, huh? Lona. Okay, I'm a loner. Because when I'm alone, I just create a new world for myself. That fiction, I see myself, you know, playing roles in front of the mirror, you know, doing all manner of things. And as a teenager, that's what I was doing in front of the camera. In front of a mirror. And I didn't even know it was called acting then. I didn't even understand it. So I knew what was inside me. I knew what I was feeling, the passion I was feeling towards whatever. And fortunately for me, I had this friends who were Liberians. You remember we had the refugee camp in Bujumbura. So there were lots of Liberians in Ghana at the time. They had some money from the USA and they wanted to produce a movie. That was my very first script I had. And it was a lead role. How do I do this? I'm like, so you just need to read the lines and, you know, you just say it as it is. And here, I mean, mind you, I've already been creating stories by myself, playing roles in front of the mirror. And now here it is that I have a first script and I need to do exactly what I've been doing in front of the mirror here. So I just remembered, okay, if I can do it in front of the mirror, I can do it. And that was it for me. That was it for me.
Okay, so what else do you do aside acting?
I'm currently at GIMPA. I'm doing my degree, BSc in project management, and I run my NGO. It's focused on early child literacy.
So is Helen single? She's searching? Does she have a child, married, whatever?
Okay, I'm not married. I don't have kids. Yeah.
Are you single? Are you searching?
I'm not married.
But yes. Stop confusing them.
I'm not married. I'm not married.
Are you searching?
I'm not married.
Are you searching?
I'm not married.
You're not searching.
I'm not married. I'm not married.
You don't want to give people the opportunity.
I'm not married.
We know you are not married. That one we know. But we are saying, are you searching?
But
so can anybody, you know, come and pick a form?
With the broken hearts I've experienced, please.
Hey, so now you're
they should just stay away. Because enough of the broken hearts. They should just stay away. I'm not married. Okay. I mean, at the right time. Yeah.
We've heard. So you heard her. She's not married at the right time.
Why are you acting like you don't believe me?
We believe you so much. So, Helen, you have to put all your social media pages out there for people to
you just put me
follow
on the spot.
you. You don't have them. Oh.
Okay, so I remember the Instagram one.
Don't worry, we'll put them on the screen so
Yeah,
they'll find you and then they'll follow you.
Right, that will work.
Thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thank you for having me.
The conversation was lit. Let me use like American language. That was a very interesting conversation right there with Helen Asante. She's an actress, a very good actress at that. And, you know, I don't want to mention the video vixen bit, you know, you can catch us another time on Talkatainment. The conversation has been great. Remember, the show was brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spaghetti, meatballs. And the most interesting part is, anytime you visit any of their branches on Wednesday and you buy a box of pizza, you get one free. So make sure you visit them. You can also contact them on 0544 133 397. 0544 133 397. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. And they have asked us to present a coupon to our guest here.
Oh,
yes.
Whoa. Are you serious?
So you can go to any of their branches, present the coupon, and get whatever you want from them.
Oh,
so
thank you. I'm actually hungry, so I'm gonna go there
now.
Yeah.
So here you are.
Thank you so much. Hey, I got my coupon. Thank you so much. Cheesy Pizza. I'm really grateful. Thank you. I'm coming. Make it on a double, okay?
Yeah, so we've come to an end of today's show. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll come your way another time. Till then, we are out.
Power powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked him was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Last week, we brought you the first part of the story of the 90-plus-year-old Nana Timothy Ayekusi, even as he shared a story of how he got to Center College in the United States of America. This week, he brings us some history lessons as well as tradition. Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We'll bring you the details after this short breather. Like most fathers, Nana tells us about his children and what they are currently involved in.
We have 5 children. Adwa is a seamstress, married, living in London. Kojo was working at retired at Apex Bank. And then Abra was married and then is working now. He worked with the bank and now working with the herbal company. The nephew is in the US and then Bafo, the last one, is finished his doctorate degree at the University of Ghana. Currently, I've been employed at Central University. So 5 children, 2 boys and 3 women.
In 1980, his private life would come to a protracted end after he was nominated for a chieftaincy position. He narrates the ins and outs, the ups and downs of that period until 2016 when he abdicated the seat.
Whilst working at the PZ Cousins in 1980, I was nominated and then I was sworn in as a divisional chief of APA, and this is within the Mambon, Asante Mambon traditional area. It's not a full-time job, so I would visit on occasions like Akosidai, and then attend monthly council meetings, and sometimes when you are put on a judicial council, you spend some time to adjudicate. So most of the time, organizations and institutions understand that chiefs may have to leave from time to time and then do their chieftaincy business. So this is what happened. It wasn't full time, but you go at Akosidai especially, which falls on 40 days, every 40 days. And then at specified times for Debas at the Paramountcy and then at St. Mike Council level, and then to attend important meetings. So it's not that involved, but it's so structured that whilst you are not there, there's somebody to take care of. I abdicated in 2016 after a protracted litigation. And since then, I've been a private person. Yes. Some of the chiefs had problem with the paramount chief on issues about accounts, traditional setup, and some other important issues. And then he also set up judicial committees to distill some of us, including the chief of Ejura, the Akwamuhini, the senior linguist, yes.
At 90 plus years, Nana Kusi surely has things he considers his achievements. And here they are.
One of them is when I gained admission to attend the Akropong Presbyterian Training College in 1948. We had done the examination, Stand 7 examination, and at that time there was no common entrance. You have to choose the school yourself. I chose Adisade College, which I passed, and then Akropong Training College. Akropong was £18 a year, and Adisade was £22 a year. My class teacher advised my father that you send me to Adisade. That would give me a broader base. But the catechist advised my father that by going to the training college, becoming a teacher, I'll one day become a priest. My father then, a presbyter, decided that I should go to the training college. Well, I have no choice. But I was so happy because I was the first from my school, Jamasi Senior School, to attend the training college. And the first of my town to attend the training college. And so the mere fact that I was attending college was a very great moment. It was an opportunity given me. The other one is also when I had a communication that I've gained admission to go to Kentucky State College in the U.S. I had then been appointed as an assistant education officer, and I was going to government transport to for transportation to carry my luggage to BBN to start work. Then I suddenly had a admission letter, and that was another happy moment in my life. But I can say that there are several of them, and I think that from time to time I've been lucky by His blessings that incidents in my life have been so great.
Challenges? Well, yeah, he's had his own share too, but even more interesting are the twists in some of his moments.
The first challenge that I had to confront was a decision to leave Labour Brothers. I had worked with good record at the marketing department, and I was also working effectively at the HR, Human Resource Department. One time, I was called by the MD, and to answer why I have engaged 6 of my relatives. Well, there was some kind of conspiracy going on in all organizations. Sometimes you get these struggles, political, and like somebody, one Mr. Dalton in the U.S. Wrote a book, Men Who Manage, and in that book he describes a whole lot of informal struggles that are going on the ladder and the management. And that was the first ever thing that happened to me. I was working happily, and I had to be confronted. It happened that they were not true. There were 2 of my relatives working there. The first one was when even I wasn't at the company that he was recruited and given an appointment in accounts department. The other one happened to be a driver who was then stationed at Takwa and who was interviewed and recruited by the level. In Liverpool we have levels. The level was the industrial relations manager's level, and all appointments are recommended and then signed by the MD before appointment letters are issued. I wasn't involved in that. Then the third one happened to be a gentleman from Kibi in the Eastern region. The fourth one happened to be a gentleman from Eastern region, Akwamu, not related to me. In fact, the MD, after all those, found out that they were not true. But I consulted a few senior managers in the organization, and then I decided to leave.
He remembers the events of the Second World War and shares some of his experiences of that era.
It was very momentous. That was in 1957, 6 March. I was a member of the planning committee in Mampong.
we had in the committee, we had people from St. Andrews Training College, Mampo Trade School, and also from the chieftaincy setup to plan the events in Mampo, the celebration. All along, when I was in Standard 6, there was the upheaval in town. All lorries coming from Kumasi were stopped and searched to find out whether passengers were carrying European goods. That was a boycott. In fact, in Standard 7, the Catholic school came over to us, to the Presby, and said that all the schools in Ghana are going on strike. And in fact, students from Adisadel, from the town, students from Achibota, Adisadel, Fansipim, especially in the Cape Coast, have returned home. They are not going to school. So the Catholic seniors came to the Presby to discuss with us to go on strike. But whilst doing this, the school authorities found out that it was wrong, and that we were punished for attempting to send the school on strike. So I saw through the boycott. I saw through the Watson committee, and then Watson report. Then whilst I was in training college, the Kusi committee was set up to draw a constitution for Ghana, and I was at the training college in 1950 when Nkrumah was released. So I followed Ghanaian development of Ghanaian politics. When Nkrumah became the first leader of the government business, and then whilst teaching at Sunyani Odomasi, I participated in the elections of 1954. And so Ghana becoming independent, the development, I saw through all that. So it was March 6, 1957 was a turning point when Ghana became, independent from the British. Yes. And I also saw the mobilization of soldiers for the war, the British, the Second World War. In fact, about 28 or 30 youth, young men from my town. Only one did not return. All of them returned. They went to Burma and to fight. And yes, and so the uprising, the participation of the soldiers in the struggle, I saw all of them. And I also saw, after independence, the opportunities that were open to us, especially teachers. Many students who had finished the secondary school gave scholarships. For us teachers, opportunity was given to us to do further studies.
Nana Kusi says that a good home training for anybody is needed, but is quick to add how poorly our traditional systems have broken down in that regard.
Today, the enthusiasm that used to be there seems to be waning. There are opportunities, of course, with the limitations that we have, but the kids are not. But I can see, I've learned one thing. It's no matter what, where you originate. Home-based training, rich home, poor home. If you go through the system well, you will rise to the height. But now, the traditional system is broken down. Marriage is broken down. We were following our father's trade. If your father was a farmer, the chances that you will become a farmer. Now, the youth are no more going to farming, which was the traditional, the base for training. If your father was a carpenter, the chances that you become a carpenter. If you're a farmer, now they are left in the streets selling but it's not their fault. We need to channel, we need to develop avenues, institutions to give them training so that they can benefit from that.
He also worries that a lot of societal structures have broken down.
But my worry is that we've lacked in our development efforts. In 1967, we were about 6 million. Now we are 30. When we finished the training college, they were then about 4 or 5. Akropong Training College, Wesley College, St. Monica's Training College, and then St. Augustine's Training College, and then Achimota Training College. You had your station before you left. Yes, and you had appointment. You were on time at the reopening, and your salaries, even though they were paid through the church, through the local managers, we were receiving our salaries on a regularly. Today, it's not so. So we need to do more social systems. The social welfare need to set up. And I remember in Nkrumah's time, the First Republic, during the First Republic, we had mass education, we have community development, and have the social welfare, all going on at the same time. Illiterates were being educated in the evenings by teachers, and the communities were mobilized to do certain things like community centers and so on and so forth. communal labor, to building schools, building streets, building this and that and that and that. And that. Today, you don't see these voluntary things being done.
What then does he love to eat, and what things does he do to keep fit?
Every morning, I take 30 minutes walk around the meridian and then come back. All along, you see people eating. Gari, wache, and you know, well, in our time we eat from home, but now there are all kinds of foods on the street being sold. How they were prepared, nobody knows. Diet is very important. There has been a change in my diet. I eat more vegetables now. I eat less fufu. I drink a lot of water. And I take my medication also seriously. The herbs these days, even yesterday I learned from someone that the mango leaf, the fresh one, is very healthy, full of nutrients. So when it comes to the local herbs and local medicines, the ginger and the black pepper and all those things, I have them. We have them in stock. So diet is very important, and exercise. Sometimes it's difficult, but at least Monday, yesterday, and today, I do 30 minutes walk around. So diet is very important, and the good Lord, prayer every morning. Where we've been giving that training from childhood. My father every morning at the training college, we were having devotion first before even we go to. So that's been part and parcel of us, that you pray to God, and then you try to abstain yourself from all the unwanted things and so on and so forth.
Here's what Nanakusi wishes for Ghana and its growth as a nation.
I will say that first they need to respect their parents, their elders, listen to their advice, and then their teachers, and also take advantage of situations that come in their way. Respect for everything, respect for education, respect for the programs that they have, and then follow them up. I take pride, and I hope that Ghana progresses to the highest. By the enthusiasm that you used to have in the First Republic, I don't see now. It looks as if we lost our balance. The military coming in and all those corruption and all those happening. Look, how can we have destruction like these things going on? I'm a absentee farmer. I started farming during my teaching days. The First Republic saw many initiatives But you know, with the coup d'etats and ambitions and the corruption, these have been our problem. These have been our problem. And we need to change our minds. Yes, fix it. But we all need to fix. You know, that call is very nice. A very nice call.
One of his children shares some wonderful words of his father with us.
Growing up, we didn't share a lot of time together because he was a consultant and he used to move around a lot. As I said, he's really a corporate man, and the few times he would stay at home, the bonding is not that much, but anytime we have to meet, anytime we need to sit and talk, that thing comes, we able to gel along, we're able to cope together. He's not a typical type who will draw you close. You have to get close to him. What he doesn't joke with his academics. When you're a son or daughter, he doesn't expect anything less from you. You have to put in your best. And so he spends a lot of time and resources on making sure you get the quality education you need. And so throughout my school days, I never was at school fees. Once school reopens, it is paid. You don't have a problem with school fees. It is sorted out for you. And he expects that you do whether he's around or he's not around. I think he's charismatic. He will speak less. He will guide you less. But his presence will put you in line. You wouldn't have that opportunity to misbehave when he is around. Very strict, a disciplinarian. I think he started off as a teacher, so that lifestyle of, you know, putting kids on track, making sure they are doing what is right, he has it. And he knows when to discipline you and when to just let you go. But anytime he sees you going wrong, he won't let you go. He won't let you go, so he will reprimand you. Either through talking or he will use a cane. And he always say this, I don't know why to watch. This is why I answer. So he always expects you to know what is right to do it. And he will not take anything mediocre from you. I remember when we were kids and we vacated and he's around, he'll call all of us one after the other with our terminal reports. And he will look at it. I don't know where you are there. I don't know where you say. I don't know where you say. What do we do? So in that way, he tries to correct you, know your problems, know where you fall short, and what he can do to actually help you. My dad is that kind of person who would always give you direction and think his direction is quite final. So sometimes I have a few, disagreements with him. We do that a lot. I remember when I was very young and I was growing up, we could travel from here to Kumasi and nobody talks, because I feel when I talk you will disagree. So in order to avoid us talking and arguing about things, I keep quiet, you also keep quiet, we just move and we go. But after I grew up, after finishing first degree, did my master's, I just realized that that is his style of putting you on track. I remember when I finished school and I thought I was going to do master's. I said, what kind of master's saying? And one of them I said, what do you know? It didn't buy, I enjoy being good. By implication, they will say, you are going again to do a master's. At least wait and use it small before you go and do a master's. So I disagreed. I said, no, I want to be a lecturer. In my field, master's is nothing. I need to really finish the master's to go and do my PhD. So I don't think I will settle for just a master's that I have to work with it. I can't. How can I teach students if I want to be a lecturer and I have just a first degree? That's not possible. We disagreed on that, and he got angry and left. I didn't say anything. I started. After I started for a year, he realized I started. He came back. Now I don't want to one can't tell me. I told you, but you're not too happy with it. But they're not grammar bad there. Then he went to report me to my senior brother. So my brother called me to his office, asked me what's the problem. I explained to him, I said, well, I should understand one thing, and that's what I've kept at the back of my mind. I should understand one thing. He's gone now. Anything that involves money, that involves you going to mosque, he sees it as risk taking. So, and at his age, he doesn't like taking risk. So he would tell me that anytime I want to do anything, I should take the first step, do it, and when I'm halfway through, I tell him. That way, because I've started and I'm doing well, I don't have a problem. But as soon as you tell him that I want to do this, he sees that risk, and so he'll counsel you to moderate in your risk taking. And if you're not careful, you will abandon what you want to do just because he said he won't, or he doesn't actually go with what you want to do.
Today, we brought you some history lessons, and we are glad that the story of Nana Timothy Ayekusi has brought you some inspiration. On this week's edition of The Untold, right here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We hope that you join us once again in our next episode as we bring you inspiring stories of personalities doing great things in this life. Remember to follow us on all social media sites. It's at The GhanaWeb, and also follow us and subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is GhanaWeb TV. There's more news for you at www.ghanaweb.com. Do stay safe and be kind to one another.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked him was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.